I'm making plays. Y'all know where to find me. You be looking center stage. 24/7, we ain't never taking breaks. Got a lot to learn. Think you better know the game. Yeah, y'all don't let the match. Finally got the belt, now I think I'll give it back. A 24/7 grind, put me on the map. I think you probably should try to study how I move, that's a fact. Yeah, y'all don't let the match. I got the belt and I ain't gon' give it back. Yeah, y'all let the match. I got the belt and I ain't gon' give it back. Yeah, I'm making play. And I can do this all day. You know I'ma make it play. Yeah, I'm making play. And I can do this all day. You know I'ma make it play. To the bank, yeah, they call me Showtime, y'all know who to thank. Got the pressure on, gotta do this real big, no thing. I'ma get the dub, what do y'all think? Yeah, I'm making plays, y'all know where to find me, you be looking center stage. 24/7, we ain't never taking breaks. Got a lot to learn, think you better know the game, cause I've been making plays. Yeah, I'm making plays. You know I'ma make it play. Yeah. I'm making play. And I can do this all day. You know I'ma make it play. Keep for it all, yeah, the winner takes all. Keep for it all, yeah, the winner takes all. Winner takes all, winner takes all. 'Cause I've been making plays. Better know the game. 'Cause I've been making plays. Better know the game. I'm making plays. And I can do this all day. You know I'ma make it plays. I'm making plays. And I can do this all day. You know I'ma make it plays.
Da, 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 da. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Bum, 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 bum. What's up, party people of the AACL, the All-American Collegiate League? What's going on? What's happening? What the fuck is cracking? What's going on? Good to see everybody jumping in. We hit some record numbers last night, just FYI, for the show last night and the games. We never went under 40 the entire time. We were over 50 a lot of the time, and we peaked at 57. We almost hit 60 viewers last night. That is an AACL record, so appreciate all of you for your viewership here in the AACL. Couldn't do it without you guys, and that was a lot of fun last night. Speaking of last night, let's talk about that just for a minute. Normally I have graphics up to do the recaps, and I'll do that tomorrow night, but shit, it has been a day and a half, and I've only been up like fucking 7 hours. It's already been like a day and a half, so... let's talk about last night. Auburn, their streak comes to an end. 26 games in a row. 26 games. Leading all the way back to the, what is that, the preseason tournament of season 1? Or I'm sorry, season 2, right? They won 2 out of 3 from Kansas. Kansas had been the last team to beat them at that point. Then they won the tournament, ran through all of last season undefeated. Then they went through this preseason tournament undefeated. And then the first game out the block this season, Penn State takes care of business, and they beat them 38-34 at home at Penn State. In the second game last night, it was a close one, man. It was so close. Ohio State with a 3-point lead at the end of one, and then they extended that lead at halftime. They were rolling. They were cruising at halftime. Notre Dame scores 21 in the third quarter and another 21 in the fourth quarter to run away with it in the last few minutes with like 2-something minutes left in the game. It was 49-42 I think it was. And it ended up being 63-49. Notre Dame just poured it on those last few minutes, takes care of business at home. So home team's 2-0 this week in week 1. So we'll see how that goes. We'll keep an eye on that and see if that stays true or not. Ray, I see you, bro. I'll check the chat here in a minute, but let me talk about something else real quick. This game coming up, first of 3. We've got Syracuse at Virginia Tech, then it's LSU at Nebraska, and then the nightcap tonight is Alabama at Kansas. Wink, if you watched the show last night, a lot of people got on Wink, including myself, about his picking some, old school teams because they're kind of more settled and they've proven more, and the preseason tournament really wasn't all that. And I will prove, and he's kind of got a point because the last few days I've been going through all the rosters again, and there were a lot of build mistakes that I had to correct over the last 2 days. That being said, some of the teams that did not do well in the tournament are a lot better starting this week. So just keep an eye out for that. I would agree with Wink on one point that maybe the tournament doesn't matter overall when it comes to season 1. Now, for some of the teams, it does, right? Some teams, their players did all their builds. The AD was on the ball, yada, yada, yada. They didn't have any issues with their offensive line or some builds or whatever. But the ones that did, watch out. Let's see what happens. So tonight, Syracuse at Virginia Tech to kick things off here in week 1. As you see the roster, and I'll let the guys at the broadcast crew go over this as well, but I want you to notice just one thing. Virginia Tech only had 6 people at the end of the tournament. They've added 5 more people. They have 11 peeps on the squad now, 11 humans, and I believe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, and then Syracuse is full. I think Syracuse only had 8 at the tournament too. So these are 2 teams that didn't do great in the tournament. Didn't have full rosters, but now they are at full strength and almost full strength. So be prepared for that. Be ready to watch a very great game, and we'll see what happens. So that being said, let me bring in the broadcast crew for tonight for Game 1. It is none other than the man who made his reappearance last night as an analyst, and he said, "You know what, Dave? Analyst ain't shit, bro. I need to lead this bitch. I need to do play-by-play." And that is Frank the Franchise Wade. Frank, what's up?
Hey, what's up, party people? Oh, wait, wrong show.
Hey, dude, it's all the same. Dude, it's all the same people. We're all the same party people.
Hey, Dave, I am glad to be here. I'm pumped about this, doing this play-by-play. I hadn't done this in a while, so I'm going to shake the rust off and get going.
Well, that's what the first few weeks are for, bro, so no big deal. Don't even sweat it. Dude, I'm trying to shake the rust off, and I do this shit like every fucking day, so don't worry about it. His sidekick for tonight, as the analyst, also somebody who has not been here in a minute, and he's going to have to shake some rust off too, is none other than the AD. Oh, no, fuck. Hold on. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Yogi, you did sign up for this game. Dude, it's Yogi's.
Oil.
Dude, I'm looking at the sheet, and it says Frank and Yogi, and I'm like, wait, that can't be right. You can't call your own fucking game.
You can't?
No, you're not. No, that's why you said. I thought you said you were doing the next game.
No, this one.
No, bro, you can't call your own game.
Oh, I'll be unbiased.
I can't. I don't know what to do now.
I'll leave.
Can you do the? Can you do the next game, or you got shit going on?
No, I got shit going on after that. That's all right. I'll get another one.
All right, bro. No worries. Well,
right.
luckily, the man who has given out more gift subscriptions in this league than anybody in the history of mankind is Gunny, and Gunny is here. So Gunny can fill in for Yogi. Gunny, what's up with you, bro?
Miss Yogi already. Where's Yogi?
Yogi's not here.
Well, now instead of there's where's Dave, now I want a where's Yogi.
There you go. Yogi? Yogi's not here. Yogi's not here. Oh, Clam, stop it. Let me see.
I I was excited when I saw Frank's name and Yogi's name on here because I wasn't going to be on this game. When I saw those two gentlemen sign up, I said, "Count me the fuck in."
Well, let me tell you what. We just counted Yogi the fuck out.
Dang, I might be doing this game by myself.
I mean, at this point, fuck. I didn't realize, dude. Seriously, that's why I remember. I thought Yogi told me in the pregame. He just came on to say hi, whatever he was doing the next game. I wish I had caught that earlier, but oh well. Caleb Manning's here though. Caleb, are you able to do analyst for this game?
Yeah, I can do analyst this game.
Okay, perfect. So Caleb will fill in, and Gunny and Caleb will hang out with Frank. And Caleb, how you doing tonight, buddy? What's going on with you?
Doing pretty good.
Good deal. Good deal. Good thing you jumped on. It worked out.
Yeah.
It worked out. All right, and then I believe on the soundboard, Private Clams, Clamsy Whamsy, Whamsy Clamsy, has jumped in the booth. Clams, what's up with you?
I'm a person.
You're a person?
Oh, yeah, I'm pretty proud of it. I mean, I went to work today, so I worked 10 hours. I work at a daycare, so I deal with screaming
That's
children,
like working
so,
20. That's like working 20 hours with those little fucking rugrats, right?
Yeah, and then I got 2 kids of my own, so I'm a person. I mean, it's Wednesday, so.
All right. Well, I appreciate you stepping in. I'm not sure where Corn is. I think he's dealing with. For those of you who don't know, I think his house got hit by, I don't know if it was a tornado or a bad storm or something, but
We had really bad winds come, because I live in South Dakota, and so, like, we had a really, really bad windstorm of, like, 65 miles per hour, like, wind gusts, so it wouldn't surprise me if that's what hit him. I know there was tornadoes going on in Iowa, too, and stuff, so.
well, I got to tell you, Private Clams, let me just say that you're in the right spot because running the AACL is exactly like running a fucking daycare. Hey, yo, what's up? Thank you very much, everybody. I'll be here all night. Clams, thanks for being here. Appreciate it. And Corn, we hope that everything's going on good, okay with you. I did see the pictures. He had like a power line and a pole and a tree or some shit fall on his car and all kinds of fucking crazy shit. So, prayers and thoughts and all that stuff to both Zach and his lovely wife, Callie. All right, let me back up here. Freddie Trammell was the first one in the chat, followed by Michaela, David Leathers, Private Clams, Frank Doom, Cocoa Punch 88, Twiggy, Bob Funk is in the house, DJ the Myth, Churchill is with us, Crazy Canuck, what's up? Gunny's here along with Ray and Eagle and Yugi and Ronnie Shanahan. Who else we got here? Wink is in the house. What's up, Wink? Is that everybody? It's everybody that's talking anyway. All right, if I missed you, if I didn't at you, go ahead and ping me. I will throw it out. Let me see and I always like to check this. Let me look behind the scenes and see who's hiding out, trying to be all sneaky and shit. Let me see. Nobody. Everybody who's on here has almost talked. A bunch of names I don't know. So all you names I don't know, welcome. Oh, David Leather said, I was waiting for Dave. Running the AA was like a work. Did you say that after I said the joke, Leathers? Are you trying to? What's his? That's interesting. Strong Dad Games, what's up, bro? Good to see you too. All right, it's now time. Now that we got the broadcast booth figured out, I had technical difficulties earlier. I'm telling you, it's been a fucking day, but it doesn't matter. We're like the post office. Where's Britain when you need him? We're better than the post office. We don't care about weather. We don't care about technical difficulties. We don't care about little fucking rugrats running around. We don't care about the storms, whatever, through sleet and snow and rain and children and bullshit and tech difficulties. We roll every night. This is what we do. So, that being said, I will turn it over to the men of the hour. Not only Frank, but also Gunny and Caleb Manning. You guys take it away.
Thanks, Dave. It's good to be with y'all tonight. We are here live in Blacksburg, Virginia, and I've got Caleb Manning with me doing his best Batman impressions. He is, I mean, every time he talks, I want to look for the bat signal. And then I've got the man that basically is Simulation World, Gunny McGuire, and we are going to keep this booth popping. and we are going to be moving along and doing our best to bring you the best coverage that you can get. Caleb, how you feeling tonight?
Feeling pretty excited. This is a brand new Virginia Tech team. They got a bunch of new players, so it may be pretty good for them because they kind of got demolished in the preseason tournament. So I'd like to see how they go this time.
How you feel, Gunny?
Good. I'm looking on this human roster, and it looks like Virginia Tech is missing one of their players. I'm only counting 11, so there might be a name that hasn't been added yet.
They only have 11.
But they only have 11.
They only have 11.
Okay, sounds good to me.
Also,
And-
can
and-
I?
and just-
Yeah, go ahead, Gunny. Sorry.
yeah, no, go ahead.
No. You're whatever you're about to say. Trust me, it's way more important than what the fuck I'm about to say.
All right, well, because Cam Sullivan Brown played last night, I'm going to add his name to a couple other names. And being the guy that you just booted out of the booth, Yogi Cam Sullivan Brown
Bar by Yogi.
The middle linebacker for your Virginia Tech Hokie.
All I was gonna say is I want Caleb to get like right up on the fucking microphone and say, "I'm Batman."
let me let one rip. I'm Batman.
Oh, look at that! They don't just get a show, Frank. They don't just get a game. They get a show too, bro.
They get a show, dinner and a show. I'm telling you. All right, let's talk about this. Let's talk about these rosters right here. Virginia Tech, has brought in a handful of players after the preseason tournament. We've got at quarterback Chevy Monte Carlo, and he's going to be handing the ball off to sophomore running back Bogey Barr. Receivers Leon Schneider and Hayes Deason are going to be receiving the ball from Monte Carlo. And then they offer, the best player or the best position in football, the tight end, is number 85, Malachi Strong. That is the offense. Thank you very much. On defense, we've got Albert Begin, defensive end. Defensive tackles, Robert Thump, wearing the famous jersey number 69. And then Yogi, who just got kicked out of the booth, has run down to the field and gotten dressed for his game to be the middle linebacker.
You
Yogi
see that?
Barr.
You see that, Frank? I did him a favor. You can't be in two places at once, bro.
Yeah, because he would have gotten tired running up and down the steps in between series. Will Todd comes in as a freshman outside linebacker. The only cornerback for Virginia Tech is James Earl Troll and free safety Dallas Sauce. That is your Virginia Tech Hokies. Over on the other side, the Syracuse Orangemen, traveling all the way from New York, are led by Taz Von Wolfswinkel at quarterback. He's the only junior on the field tonight. Halfback Nick Warner, wide receivers Ronnie Shanahan and Chester Chess. And again, the best position in football, tight end Joey Dakota. On defense, we have DJ Wood, defensive end. We have defensive tackle Oliver Klosloff and middle linebacker Ace Blade. Defensive backfield is full with cornerbacks Vinny Boombats and Lutbert Von Rugen playing corner. Free safety Bob Funk, the quarterback of the defense, and Butch Minner, strong safety. Guys, what do you think about these two rosters?
I'm excited as Taz is one of the only two juniors in the AACL. I'm always looking forward to seeing how he opens season 3 as one of the top cornerbacks in the league. And it looks like Butch Minner has transferred over from the Indiana Hoosiers and joined the Syracuse Orange.
That quick transfer porthole there. Caleb, you got any comments about the rosters?
See, I feel like it's gonna be a good game. They got some good rosters. One of my friends, Hayes Deason, that's one of my friends. He's on the Virginia Tech roster. It's his debut game. So I want to see how he performs this game. That's the guy I'm watching.
All right.
Yeah.
Is there any
Yeah.
other than that, Caleb and Gunny? Is there any other name out there on either roster that you're looking forward to seeing, or maybe be a difference maker?
Will Todd, his AACL debut tonight.
All right, so we got eyes on Will Todd and Hayes Deason. Anybody there for Syracuse other than Taz Von Wolfswinkel?
I just like to hear you say the name Lutberg von Rugen.
Lutbert von Rugen. I'll be saying that name a lot. He's going to be in that defensive backfield for Syracuse. All right. All right, now, the rosters are out of the way. We are live from Lane Stadium, Worsham Field in Blacksburg, Virginia. Virginia Tech has about 31,000 students, and they're probably all going to be in the stands tonight. It's 78 degrees, partly cloudy. Enter the Sandman has played. The crowd is on their feet. We are ready for some football in Blacksburg. Lane Stadium here, Blacksburg, Virginia. The Virginia Tech Hokies will be taking the field against the visiting Syracuse Orangemen, and we are ready for some kickoff.
The Orange are lined up for the kickoff. Number 8 back to return. The kickoff is down for a touchback.
I can't see anything.
Yeah, we're on your screen too. I'm trying to pull up my phone to see it. I'm sharing your Twitch. You gotta share that.
So we see your Twitch, but
That's why we're in the dark right now.
Well, you're in the dark with us, but on the other game, it's doing the coin toss on the main screen. Now they just did a play.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
20 seconds.
We had a little technical difficulty there. We lost our feed. It's Virginia Tech on offense first.
Bogey Bar had 2 runs, each equaling a total of 3 yards. This is 3rd and 7.
All right, we got the dump off now there to Hayes Deason making his first catch of his young career, a 15-yard gain. And Virginia Tech is in the hurry up already. We got shotgun, tight set. It's going to be the give to Bogey Barr. He's going to be met in the backfield by DJ Woods for a loss of 3. Virginia Tech now trying to slow it down. We got under center. We're in pro formation. Another handoff to Bogey Barr. Gets 1 of the yards back. It's still now going to be 3rd and long. 3rd and 11. Back to hurry up. The left-hander sits in the pocket, lets it fly, has a man open. Dante Ireland with an 18-yard reception, and it's a first down for the Hokies.
Great pass.
Things are moving fast. Hokie staying and hurry up another. Oh, it's a fake. He's going to keep it now. It's Chevy Monte Carlo with a 13-yard rush for the quarterback. All eyes were on Bogey Barr. Open up the hole.
Chevy Monte Carlo looking good in his opening drive as the starting quarterback for Virginia Tech. He came over. He converted from a tight end last season.
Bogey Barr just abused the whole Syracuse defense right there with a 13-yard gain, running over, it looked like about 15 different people. Now under center, Chevy Monte Carlo calling up the signals. 2 receivers to the top. Back to pass. He has a man open. Touchdown. Dante Ireland. Chevy Monte Carlo 3 for 3 on the drive and quickly puts Virginia Tech up 6-0.
Excellent drive right there. That was a great drive by Virginia Tech.
Everything moved quickly there. Virginia Tech going with that hurry-up offense and quickly moves down the field and scores and gets the Virginia Tech fans on their feet.
Yeah, Dante Ireland caught two of the 3 passes. The last one for 6 points.
Now it's going to be Syracuse's turn, and Taz Von Wolfswinkel is going to be leading his troops on the field, starting at their own 20-yard line. He's going to start in shotgun. Tight bunch formation. He's back to pass. He's going to run, which he often does. Shakes off a tackler. He's got the 10. He could go. He's breaking free. He's to the 50, to the 40, to the 30, to the 20, all the way down to the 15-yard line. Taz Von Wolfswinkel with a 64-yard run after he shrugs off a tackler or 2 or 3, and down the sideline he goes, and Syracuse is in business.
He's over there. Now he's over there.
And here we are now. We got 1st and 10 just outside the 15, and Syracuse offense in shotgun again. He's going to hand it off to Nick Warner. Warner down inside the 10 to the 5, and it's going to be 1st and goal after a 12-yard rush by Nick Warner.
Shoot. It's maybe an offensive game, maybe.
I formation, and it's going to be a handoff to Warner again. Warner stopped at the 5, taken down for a 2-yard loss. Who was that? That was Yogi. Was that Yogi making the play there?
That was Yogi with the stop.
Yeah. See, thanks to Dave, Yogi was able to make that 2-yard stop there and puts him at 2nd and goal. Another handoff. That wasn't. That was Ye Hating Me with a 4-yard rush. Why he hate me? I do have on my glasses tonight, by the way. Unlike Nate, we've got I formation jumbo set. It's going to be
Wow,
Why he hating me again, and it's a stop there.
Emotional damage.
They seem to really hate him.
Oh my goodness! Here we go, 4th and goal, and they're going to be going for it. We've got shotgun again with Taz Von Wolfswinkel handing it off to Arturo Jones, and he will score a Syracuse. What an answer by Syracuse, led by Taz Von Wolfswinkel with that 64-yard run down the sideline, setting them up. Pretty ballsy going for it on 4th and goal early, but they were able to answer.
Yeah, I was surprised they didn't have their starting tailback Nick Warner in on those 3 runs.
There we go. Virginia Tech, James Earl Troll takes it out to the 27-yard line, and it's going to be Chevy Monte Carlo in a tight bunch formation, setting up under center. Changing the play at the line of scrimmage. It's going to be a toss to Bogey. Bogey is going to gain 2 yards. Very hard 2-yard gain.
Which playbook?
That's what she said.
Which playbooks did these 2 teams choose for game number 1?
We've got Virginia Tech on another tight bunch formation, toss to Bogey with his big gain there, and he is up to 30 yards rushing on 7 carries. Here we go, hurry up offense again. A dump off now to number 84, which is Dante Ireland. That's his 3rd catch of the game, and getting a 1st down for Syracuse.
Let's go.
Syracuse is running a 4-2-5 defense, and Virginia Tech is running the Illinois offense.
That makes it 2nd and 6.
We got trips to the right up top. It's going to be a play action. Monte Carlo dumping it off. Another catch by Hayes Deason. That's his second of the game. He has 2 receptions for 25 yards. Again, hurry up, moving down the field. They're at the 25-yard line of Syracuse. We've got protection, dumping it off again. That is going to be to Malachi Strong, his first catch for a 12-yard reception. Hashtag, throw it to the tight end. There we go, ace formation.
That might have been his first AACL catch of his career.
Ooh, it's a very dangerous throw, and that's probably the worst decision he's made so far. All right, that's Luppert von Rugen knocking that ball away, and that could have been an easy pick 6.
Hold my drink, bitch.
Play action, play action to Bogey Bar, excuse me. And he ends up having to dump it into the ground. Well covered by Syracuse.
Yeah, I think Chevy got dizzy doing that spin around.
Shotgun formation, 4 receiver set. He's going to dump it on.
Wow.
So I don't know what's happened to Chevy, but those last 3 passes have not been his typical throws. And we got movement by Virginia Tech, I believe. Yes, it's a false start. They're going to have to move it back 5. It's going to be a longer kick now. Let's see if they decide to go for it or still kick it. All right, 36-yard attempt by Virginia Tech to break this tie. And it is good. Plenty of right down the middle.
Good way to go, champ.
Syracuse receiving the kickoff, taking it down to the 19-yard line. That's Butch Minner with a 20-yard reception, electing to take it out of the end zone. It's going to cost them that yard, but they're going to be 1st and 10 on the 19, needing to answer Virginia Tech's score.
I would like to thank Butch Minner for sending me a box of crowns to the Tennessee Athletic Director headquarters this afternoon.
Hey, man, Butch Minner, he must be a giver.
What is wrong with you?
Von Wolfswinkel now in trouble on that last play, not able to escape, losing 3. Now he's going to be handing off to Nick Warner. Nick Warner in trouble, shugging off tacklers. He's to the 20, and down at the 24, a hard 8-yard rush for Nick Warner, getting Syracuse.
I don't know how he got 8 yards out of that. He got knocked around by like 6 players.
I don't know either, Gunny, but he set him up to make a possible first down on this third down play.
So close to that.
We have seen some close plays by these defensive backs, and somebody is fixing to get a pick 6 somewhere.
These quarterbacks are here throwing ducks.
Frank or Cale, do you know what the drive 25 means on the yard markers?
That
you know the history behind that?
I do not, but I'm sure you do, Gunny.
We do. Number 25 was the jersey worn by former head coach Frank Beamer when he played for the Hokies in the late 60s.
Awesome. Never knew that, but I'm always impressed how Gunny knows everything. All right, the toss play to Bogey gained them very little. It's going to be 2nd and long. They're in shotgun, 2 running backs setting off. It's going to be a handoff to Yogi out of the gun. He's going to almost avoids 1 tackle, was able to get a 4-yard gain. It's going to be 3rd and 6. Same formation, hurry up offense by Virginia Tech. It's going to be another draw to Jalen Hampton. He gets a 2-yard rush, but it's going to be short, and the Virginia Hokies are now going to have to punt. Deep punt. It's going to be let go by Syracuse, and it's going to roll into the end zone, and it's going to bring it out to the 20-yard line. Will be 1st and 10 for Syracuse. We've got 1:48 left in the first quarter, and Syracuse is lining up in the shotgun. Taz calling the play. It's going to be a handoff to the motion man. I knew Chad would quit. I knew Chad would quit again. Gotcha, is unable to get anything done, and it is Yogi Barr with the tackle. Shotgun again. Taz looking, he's in trouble, and he's going to go down. He's sacked for a 5-yard loss. That's the thumper, number 69, getting his first sack of the season.
Gotcha, bitch. Syracuse is what offense in this game before they need to punt again? Yeah. I thought I'd do it. I thought I'd try to get it done in the first quarter.
Fire in the hole!
First down.
Ronnie Shanahan, a deep connection from Taz Von Wolfswinkel, has gotten Syracuse out of the hole and moving downfield. You're noticing that Syracuse is using the BYU air raid offense, and the Virginia Tech Hokies are running the 4-2-5 defense.
Oh, fumble.
We got a fumble on the field. Nick Warner is going to cough that one up. Put it on the ground, and it's going to be Virginia Tech football, number 33. Not sure who number 33 is, but puts the helmet on the ball, knocking the ball loose, and it is 1st and 10 Virginia Tech after a promising drive by Syracuse. Chevy Monte Carlo hitting Flaky McFlakerson for the catch. It's going to be short of the first down, but a gain of 9, 2nd and 1. Out of shotgun again. He's got plenty of time. Hardly any pressure. He gets it off again. First down, catch, and then some to Leon Schneider, a 9-yard reception, and they are in Syracuse territory.
That is Leon's first career reception in the AACL.
Very good.
Well done,
Leon. Finally gets some pressure. He's able to get it off, though, and Bogey Barr makes a 2-yard reception, toe tapping on the sidelines. The man can do it all. He can run over people, and he can drag that foot in for the completion. Multiple receivers set out of shotgun. It is Monte Carlo getting rid of it quickly. A missed tackle there, and he's down the sidelines inside the 30 to the 25. Leon Schneider with a 19-yard reception.
He's over there. Whoop. Now he's over there.
That was some nice blocking by the wideout number 88 to get that play open.
Another good shot there by Monte Carlo to Hayes Deason, and that's his 3rd reception, and he is taking advantage of every opportunity that he's been given. And they are Snyder and Deason are both walk-ons that were added after the tournament to Virginia Tech, and they are wasting no time to make a name for themselves. There we are. It's the end of the first quarter, with Virginia Tech leading 10-7 and knocking on the door to get further distance between them and Syracuse as we get back started to the second quarter.
Let's go.
Here we go, shotgun formation inside the 5 on the 3-yard line, and it's going to be Monte Carlo rolling out to his left, and he's going to dump it off to Hayes Deason for his first touchdown. Touchdown! Virginia Tech now. Virginia Tech now with a touchdown. Deason scoring his first one of his career here at Virginia Tech, and it is going to be, after this extra point, 17-7, Virginia Tech.
That was a nice drive after the turnover, so I give partial credit to number 33 for the big hit, and it turned into 7 hokey points.
Shanahan decides to take a knee in the end zone, bring this ball out to the 25-yard line, where Syracuse will set up shop. Here we go. We got 4 wide receivers, shotgun. We got the back to his right. He's going to fake and dump it off to Ed Hendricks for his an 8-yard reception. That's his first reception of the game. Second down and short, 2nd and 2 for the Orangemen. Out of the shotgun again, tailback to his left. He's going to hand it off to Nick Warner. Nick Warner with a 9-yard gain and a Syracuse first down.
And way to go, champ!
How would you like your mascot to be in orange? Oh, a little reversal pass there. Nick Warner, that's ill-advised. I wouldn't call that one again, but Nick Warner hangs on to the football this time. Von Wolfswinkel had to completely turn around and get the ball to him, and he's late getting it there, and it's a negative play. 2nd and 14 for Syracuse. Out of shotgun again, backs flanking both sides of Von Wolfswinkel. Hand off now to Warner. Warner in trouble in the backfield. He's going to lose another yard, and this Virginia Tech defense is swarming all over the Orangemen.
Gotcha, bitch! That's odd for BYU being an air raid offense. They've only ran it. They've only thrown the ball 5 times and ran the ball 12 times.
Wow. Nick Warner gets a 5-yard rush, but unfortunately for him, it was 3rd down and 15, 4th and 10, which means the Syracuse punting unit is back out on the field, and we're going to run into some trouble for Syracuse if they cannot stop Virginia Tech. Oh. Good return there by James Earl Troll on the punt return. Took a shot, gave a shot, and now it's 1st and 10, Virginia Tech. More of a pro-style formation here. Changing the play, it's going to be tossed left, and Bogey just got the crap knocked out of him, but he gets up and says, no problem, let's get it going. Same formation flipped over. Fullback in motion, changing the play. Chevy Monte Carlo is going to hand it off to Bogey on the counter. Bogey's going to come up short. It's going to be 3rd and 1, but he is still running strong. I formation now for Virginia Tech. Hand off again to Bogey. Nobody on the outside. He's going to have the first down to the 40, the 45, and just almost to the 50-yard line. A tough, hard run for Bogey.
Bogey's having a good first half of the game here. Virginia Tech showing the league a little bit after they got some more players on the team.
Bogey Barr with another rush. Gunny, that was your man, Lutbert Von Rugen, making the tackle. He's up to 5 tackles. Jean-Claude Van Dam was on that tackle.
That's Can-Dam. Van Can-Dam.
Can-Dam.
Something like that.
Gave him a karate kick. Bogey Barr with a minus 1 yard reception there. I think he's getting tired. He's handled the ball at the five or six last plays that they've had.
Yeah, other than just losing that 1 yard, most of their plays have been going forward for positive yards. So.
Oh, what a catch!
Jesus.
Number
Leon
one,
Schneider with a diving catch.
He was wearing a cape on that one. He had that Batman cape on, or Robin, or whoever.
Chevy Monte Carlo trusting these young wide receivers and gets a long pass there to Dante Ireland for just a 3-yard gain. That ball was in the air forever. I thought that was going to go the other way.
Dante Ireland playing pretty solid, kind of like his uncle, that other guy from that other United Kingdom country.
Oh, these Flaky McFlakerson with the reception. These last two passes I thought were going to be going the other way. Chevy Monte Carlo is playing with fire. Von Rugen with that last tackle.
Wide open.
Oh, wow. Gee whiz.
Flakerson.
Nobody covering Flaky. Monte Carlo throwing dimes here in Virginia Tech, and they are up 24-7. That Hokie's going to get tired or strong by the end of this game if this keeps going. Kickoff now into the end zone. He's going to bring it out. It's going to be to the 20, the 25, 26-yard line by Butch Minner. Decent return there for the Orangemen. Under center is Vaughn's Wolfwinkle. He's got the I formation behind him, calling out the signals. Receivers to the top. Changing the play. It's going to be a toss to Nick Warner, and he is going to be close to the first down. A 9-yard gain for Warner, 2nd and 1.
That brings up 2nd and 1.
Now we got Syracuse in the shotgun, both backs in the backfield. Taz is going to keep it this time and get the first down and cross the 40 to the 42. That is a good game for Taz. That is what he does best, is run the football. We're going to hand off to Warner again. Warner in trouble in the backfield. That's going to be negative 1 yard rushing.
Gotcha, bitch.
Make it 2nd and 11. That's he's been finding hard all day, finding room to run, and he's getting caught in the backfield again.
That was Dallas Sauce, his first game, and Albert Begin on the tackle on that play. I'm still looking for Syracuse to throw the ball to Chester Chess. I believe he's been quiet so far tonight. And Syracuse could use some points before halftime.
And there it is again, another loss by Nick Warner. They're trying to get to the outside and unable to do so with that quick swarm defense of Syracuse.
Hold my drink, bitch.
Keonta with 6 tackles, 4 of those for loss, and he's actually the same one that actually caused the forced fumble earlier in the game.
Taz back to pass, has to dump it off, and it is dropped. Was that, I knew Chad would quit, dropping the ball? And Syracuse forced to punt again. If you notice, Caleb and Gunny, whoever's got the ball for Syracuse, there's a lot of maroon and orange jerseys swarming to that person.
I agree. The Hokies are looking good. They're looking like they are playing the, as Yogi said earlier, they're playing the old Bud Foster style lunch pail defense.
Going to be a play action pass by Monte Carlo. Oh, what a catch by Leon Snyder. He holds on to it.
Get her done.
Single back. It's going to be a handoff to Bogey. Bogey with a 4-yard gain. Downhill run for Bogey is his best. He's a tough, hard runner inside. And that's something that Syracuse has to think about, handing the ball off to Nick instead of the outside plays. Oh, we got some trouble here by Monte Carlo. He's able to get out of it, get the first down. steps out of bounds or forced out of bounds, but not after getting the first down. It's going to be 1st and 10, just outside Orange Men territory. Motion across the field, setting up. It's going to be drop back by Monte Carlo. He's going to have to get rid of it. Pressure in his face, well covered. He's just going to have to dump that ball off.
Hokies are pretty balanced on their offense. 19 rushes and 22 passes. And Monte Carlo's only ran twice. Oh, and there's an interception.
There's the first turnover by Virginia Tech, and Lutberg Von Rugen with the interception and setting up Syracuse nice to get back into this game. Shotgun formation for Syracuse. Taz changing the play, dropping back. He has time, gets it off to Joey Dakota, his first catch of the game, I believe. And that is a tight end reception.
You are correct, sir.
Taz Von Wolfswinkel is only 4 for 6. For an air raid offense, they sure are not throwing it very much.
I agree. I would expect a lot more runs. Ooh, Will Todd, 3 tackles, 2 for loss in his first game in the AACL.
We got 3rd and 6. Taz in trouble. He gets rid of it, finds a wide open man to the 30, the 25, and just outside the 20, Ronnie Shanahan with a 39-yard reception. Where was the defense on that one?
And way to go, champ!
Ronnie Shanahan now is exciting this Orange Men fan base, getting the first down and getting the ball deep into Virginia Tech territory. Nobody in the backfield with Taz. He's going to drop it off again, short there to Ed Hendricks. And that is a first down for Syracuse just inside the 10.
That was Ed's second catch, and both the Shanahan's catches have been for 39 yards and 55 yards.
All right, Nick Warner with a rush up the middle for no gain. Syracuse having to call a timeout, get regrouped here. We're in shotgun formation again. We're going to hand it off to Nick Warner again, and he's going to get it inside the 5. It's going to be 3rd down. They can get a first down before they score. It's 3rd and 5, just on the 5-yard line. Shotgun formation, no backs in the backfield, pressure in his face. He's going to get it away, and it's Chester Chess, Gunny, with his first reception of the game.
See, that's what happens when he starts throwing the ball to Shanahan and Chess. Touchdown! And that was good coverage, though, by Virginia Tech also.
And Syracuse is back in this game now, only down 10 with 1:18 to go until halftime. They put this one deep in the end zone, and James Earl Troll cannot bring it out. It's going to be 1st and 10 Hokies at their 25-yard line. No backs in the backfield for Virginia Tech. 5 wide receivers. Chevy Monte Carlo back by himself. He's going to dump it off short, and it's going to be a completion to Jaden Payout. It's going to be 2nd and 5 after he steps out of bounds. Gunny, I'm not sure when we lost Caleb, but I think it's just me and you now.
That's fine.
Okay. Wide open is Leon Schneider, and he's going to shrug off a tackler. He's going to be inside the 20 before he steps out of bounds. A 51-yard reception by Leon Schneider, and he is he is making a name for himself tonight. That's 5 catches for 126 yards and setting up Virginia Tech to possibly score before half.
He's over there. Whoop. Now he's over there. Whoop.
I wonder if there's a record for first game for receiving yards.
I'm sure somewhere.
Yeah.
We got the handoff to Bogey Barr. He's going to be caught in the backfield. Cannot have Bogey Barr running side to side. He's got to be downhill to give him a better chance. We got the tight end coming across in motion. We got the handoff to Bogey again, out of the eye. Oh! I can't breathe. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Another fourth touchdown, fourth passing touchdown for
touchdown! Can a commentator call timeout?
And you know the other reason why you enjoyed that it was Mark Sanchez, Dave? Yeah, see, you knew what I was. Yeah, I knew that's what you were thinking.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, that's actually even better.
I'm dying. I can't. I'm crying. Oh my gosh. All right, we got 52 seconds left in this half, and I've caught my breath after my timeout. And Taz Von Wolfswinkel, his completed pass for a 5-yard gain. Syracuse going to try to get some points here before the half. Out of the shotgun, dropping back. Looks like a screen. He's dumping it off. Oh, what a play. What a play. Who's that? That's Robert Thump. Robert Thump doesn't get credit for the tackle, but he made that play.
Yeah, Robert Thump and Albert Begin joining up on that play. Oh, and Yogi jumped on the pile too.
Yeah. Albert Begin and Yogi and Robert Thump all rallying around the ball. Like I said earlier, a lot of maroon and orange around the ball carrier for Syracuse.
That's what she said.
And there's the last play of the that should be. Oh no, somebody called a timeout. Nope.
Oh no, that's going to be it.
It's halftime.
Oh my gosh. I've got tears in my eyes.
We do hope the commissioner clips that and even the laughter afterwards and during.
All right, we are at halftime here in Blacksburg, and the Virginia Tech Hokies have a 24-14 lead. Gunny, anything that has stood out to you so far in this first half?
The running backs for Virginia Tech, their first game, they didn't even play in the preseason. They are showing out right now. Hayes, Deason, and Leon Schneider. They each have some touchdowns. Hayes has 2. Hayes received 2 of the touchdowns. And then Leon's over 100 yards rushing in his first game at Virginia Tech. Vaughn just needs to pass the ball a little more. When he passed the ball, he's been doing well.
Yeah, Taz is known to be more of a runner in the past, but I think that they're going to have to get the ball in the air. We've got, like you mentioned, Leon Schneider has had 126 yards receiving on 5 catches. Hayes Deason with 2 touchdowns, quickly making a name for themselves. We've got the second half underway, and it's Syracuse with the reception, bringing it out to around the 25-yard line, where they're going to set up shop there. Taz,
even though the screen says AAC conference game, a lot of people back from the 90s, they know this is a Big East showdown when I can't remember the Philadelphia. McNabb and Michael Vick were playing on these respective teams.
Why he hating me with a 19-yard reception? That was a play action by Taz, bringing up the linebackers, opening that hole, and just dumping it off to him for the first down. Here we got shotgun formation again. 4 receivers, 1 back in the backfield. Pressure in his face. He's able to get it away, but it is out of bounds for the incompletion. That was James Earl Troll there on the pressure on Von Wolfwinkel. There we go again. He is sacked for a 3-yard loss. It's Robert Thump. That's his second sack of the game. Strong in the middle. He got a little help by Albert Begin there. Thump and Begin meeting in the backfield.
Yeah, Taz needs to double up a lot on this 140 yards pass, and he needs to bust up the pass. And here he goes. That's not going to make it.
The screen again. Ooh. He's able to avoid some tacklers. Nick Warner with a 9-yard reception on the screen. It's going to make it 4th and 4. They weren't able to recover from that sack, and they're going to have to punt it away.
I will say Nick made that exciting doing his side shuffle to get a few extra yards.
The punt is away. It's not going to be fielded, and it's going to go into the end zone. Angling for the sidelines, not able to get it to go out of bounds. And Virginia Tech now will have the ball on their 25-yard line. I'm sorry, their 20-yard line.
I wonder if we should just get rid of the punter and just have to go for it on 4th down every time, because it's always in the end zone. Most times.
A little bit of pressure by Syracuse right there, forcing Chevy Monte Carlo to throw it away. It's going to be 2nd down and 10. Under center now, Chevy Monte Carlo got motion across the formation. He's going to drop back to pass and has a man, and it's going to be caught by Hayes Deason, a 14-yard reception and a 1st down.
Hey, a question to Commissioner. I know you did the top 10 rankings, but where was there a final ranking, a preseason ranking for the all 16 teams, and where was Virginia Tech on that top 16?
Man left. 4 down. Mike 17. Mike 17. Down. Light 87. Number 92 on the tackle.
Okay.
Good for a gain of 10 yards.
Bogey Barr with a 10-yard rush there, making up the ground that he lost on 1st down. It's going to be 3rd and 3. Motion out by the receiver. Plenty of time for the quarterback. He's going to take off and run anyway. Chevy Monte Carlo across the 50 to the 40, and a 1st down for Virginia Tech at the 41-yard line.
That looked a little bit like old Thick and Juicy right there.
We got a tight bunch formation. That's shotgun. Surveying the field, plenty of time. Has a man. And that is Dante Ireland with the reception. And it's going to be 1st and 10 on the 24-yard line of Syracuse. Hurry up offense for the Hokies. He's going to hand it off to Bogey on the counter. Bogey has plenty of room.
What a cutback for 10-yard gain.
A 10-yard gain just short of the 1st down, and Bogey is quietly having a good rushing game. He's at 91 yards, closing in on 100. Protection again.
Well, I thought I was almost intercepted.
Playing with fire. He's able to get the 1st down. It is Chevy Monte Carlo playing with fire there and hoping that he can protect that football. In trouble.
I don't know why. Why did he throw the ball?
I don't know. Von Rugen scared him. He had room to run, but he decided to dump it off. A handoff to Bogey. and he's running wide, and he is only getting a 1 yard gain. Got to keep him running downhill.
Yeah, that round the outside, that one didn't work that play.
As a man, it's going to be short. Flaky McFlakerson with a 4 yard reception, and now Virginia Tech is going to have to bring out the field goal unit.
26 yarder here.
The kick is up, and it is good, and it is a 34-14 lead for Virginia Tech here at home in Blacksburg.
I don't recall seeing the Virginia Tech name much in maybe the top 10 rankings that over at the preseason, but they sure are going to make some people think about moving them up the charts a little bit after this game. They have 4 players either over 100 or pretty damn near it, with Dante Ireland, Leon Schneider, Hayes Deason, and also Bogey Barr is 10 yards away from 100 yards on the ground.
Taz von Wolfswinkel has 61 yards rushing, but I believe 59 of it came on that one play early in the first quarter on their first drive. And he's been kind of quiet ever since.
Actually, that was a 64-yard run at the beginning of the game, so those sacks are kind of making his stats go a little backwards. So I'm not going to blame it all on Taz.
Out of shotgun, he's going to hand it off to Nick Warner. Nick Warner's going to have the first down. He's to the 40, crosses the 45, and is down at the 47-yard line for Syracuse. First and 10, and they need a drive here, and they need some points, or this is going to get out of hand quickly if it hasn't already.
That was a nice run by Mr. Warner. Not that one.
Counterplay by Syracuse, and it's a 1 yard loss. Yogi Barr with his 6th tackle of the night, and it's a statement tackle as he drives Nick Warner into the ground. We got a 4 receiver set. Nick Warner in the backfield along with Taz. Taz surveying the field. He has to run. He's across the 50 to the 40, inside the 30, and shoved out of bounds after a 27-yard run.
That was a nice block by number 72.
That was just a little pressure. He didn't have to run, but he saw the opening over there on the right side and was able to take it down the sideline, getting them deep into Virginia Tech territory. Motion across the formation. Taz under center. I formation behind him. Drops back, deep drop back. Has a man, and it is caught. I knew Chad would quit with the reception. That's his first reception of the game. Armani Chapman with the tackle. That's 5 tackles for him as they try to keep Syracuse out of the end zone, but they are knocking at the door. They're at the 11-yard line under center. He's going to hand it off to number 21, Why He Hating Me, and he goes nowhere. Dang, that scared me. Out of shotgun, 4 receiver set, 2 on each side. We're going to run the option, and Taz is going to keep it. He was going to pitch it late, but he got wrapped up by Yogi, the middle linebacker for Virginia Tech, getting to the ground before he could pitch it off. If he could have pitched that, Gunny, that would have been a walk-in touchdown for Nicholas Warner.
I think so. I think Taz hesitated at the end and just kept the ball himself. Played it safe. Ooh, right there, right up the middle.
Ed Hendricks with a Syracuse touchdown! Hey. Only took me 2.5 quarters, but I think I got it. There we go. Here we go. Special teams with a extra point, and it is 21-34, and Syracuse is not dead yet. James Earl Troll going to bring it out. He's to the 15. He's going to make it to the 16, 17-yard line. Should have kept it in the end zone with a kneel down there. You look at Virginia Tech's last drives, touchdown, interception, touchdown, field goal, and you can understand why it's a 34-21 lead for them. Under center, trips to the top. He's going to hand it off to Yogi downhill. Yogi's going to get the yardage that he needs to make it 2nd and 5.
Yeah, this is one of their first drives they've started inside the 20-yard line.
Tight bunch formation. Oh, well read by Syracuse there. He couldn't pitch it. The pitch man was covered, and they had 2 men on the quarterback.
Gotcha, bitch.
Now a very important 3rd down here for Virginia Tech. 3rd and 8. He's going to be in shotgun with backs on both sides of him. He's going to have plenty of protection. Sitting back and releases it, and it's a catch.
That's Deason.
Hayes Deason, that's going to put him over 100 yards. 7 receptions for 109, and it's a 1st down for Virginia Tech.
Well done.
Out of shotgun again. We're in the hurry up. He's going to play fake and has a man. A one-handed grab by Hayes Deason.
That's Deason again.
Gets it down inside the 5, and we're going hurry up. They're running down the field trying to get him. Syracuse is on their heels. And Chevy Monte Carlo is directing this offense. It's going to be he's going to keep it and dive into the end zone for a Virginia Tech touchdown! Woo! And a quick answer by Virginia Tech now has Syracuse wondering what the heck is going on. Matter of fact, most of the team has gone to the sidelines, but this poor soul is standing in the middle of the field going, I can't believe this is happening. And we're waiting for the extra point for Virginia Tech to make it a 41-21 game.
What was that, like a 5-play drive with over 80 yards in 5 plays?
It was 80 yard. I think it was like 82 yards. About 5 plays, 2 big receptions.
That pass on 3rd and 13. That was the play that broke Syracuse's secondary on that play, on that drive.
Yeah, Deason had 2 catches for like 76 yards total and set them up for that score. All right, we got 1 minute and 54 seconds left in the 3rd quarter, and Syracuse needs to answer terribly and quickly. Taz Von Wolfswinkel is going to have to direct this offense. No bad attempts. He's going to have to get the ball downfield. That's not going to do it. That is Nick Warner trying to get room. It seems like every time he's getting the ball, there's 2 or 3 Hokies in his face. And you don't want Hokies in your face. Another handoff to Warner, and he's in trouble again. He gets 1 yard, but I think we're just going to give him that 1 yard because I don't think he even made it to the line of scrimmage. Just too much pressure by the defensive front of Virginia Tech on the run game. And here we go. Taz is going to get the completion inside the 40-yard line of Virginia Tech. I knew Chad would quit with his 2nd reception. A good move at the line of scrimmage and a good route. And Taz puts it on the money, and that's what needs to be done if they want to get back into this game, and they got to do it quickly.
That was a good play by Chad. We knew Chad would quit, but he didn't quit on that one.
Shotgun again, looking downfield. He has to dump it off short. And met by 3 or 4 Hokies, that's Ed Hendricks. He gets an 8-yard reception, but he goes nowhere after the catch. Keontae Jenkins with 11 tackles, 5 for losses, is making a statement for the Virginia Tech defense.
Wow.
Wow, Nick Warner
Number
again.
97. Number 97 was almost there with the handoff.
That is just, and that's the way it's been all night. They've been trying to get the run game going and can't get it. The best runner they had so far has been the quarterback. Nothing against Nick Warner. He's just, every time he gets the ball, there is Virginia Tech Hokies in the backfield. There it is on the screen, and it's another loss, a 2-yard loss for Nick Warner and the Orangemen. Just having some trouble getting things going. They're teeing off on Nicholas Warner. And here we go with a 54-yard attempt. Whoa, we have a false start now. That's going to make it even further if they elect to go ahead and still kick the field goal.
Still 4th down.
Emotional damage.
I was hoping to see a field goal record try to be broken.
Yeah, that would have been a 59-yard attempt. They elect to punt it, and they're going to try to pin him deep, and he just kicks it into the end zone.
And that's why you should have just tried for the field goal. Waste of 20 yards.
1st and 10. Now I look for Virginia Tech to kind of slow this thing down and run this clock. And here we go, a draw play to Bogey for a 2-yard gain, and that's going to end the 3rd quarter, bring us to the 4th quarter. Get your emojis and numbers up now in the chat. We are in the 4th quarter, and Syracuse is trailing 21-41. Virginia Tech at home is making a statement to the rest of the league. They are here, and they are here to stay.
As Dave would say, get your pineapples, your eggplants, your special favorite numbers, your Eagles, your War Eagles, your damn Bamas, and all that stuff.
Yeah, I wasn't going
to welcome to the 4th quarter.
I wasn't going to name all the emojis because I wasn't quite sure what some of them were, and I didn't want to
that could have been an interception.
Luke Bird, Von Rugen knocks it down.
Ooh, Virginia Tech punting quickly.
Virginia Tech having to punt, not taking much time off the clock like I thought they should. And now Syracuse is going to get the ball after the return around the 35-yard line. Ronnie Shanahan is going to get a 4-yard gain on the return. Not a huge gain, but at least he didn't bobble the ball and fumble it. And Syracuse now has a chance to get back in this game. Out of shotgun, pressure in his face. He has to dump it off, and he steps out of bounds. Nick Warner with the reception.
He had a lot of green, but it said he wanted to touch the white.
That's the football field awareness. Know where you are on the field. He thought he had room, and when he turned around, he was out of bounds. We have the tight end in motion across the formation. It's going to be shotgun snap to Taz. Taz going to have to take off, doing some magic. He's going to get the first down, a 15-yard gain by Von Wolfswinkel. That's going to put him over 100 yards, 109 yards for Taz. And Syracuse has a first down.
He's had a couple of solid runs out to the right outside with 72 blocking the corner.
A shotgun. We have trips at the top of your screen. Snap to Taz. He's going to run again. He's across the 50 to the 40 to the 35.
Nice.
Trucks a defender and is tackled at the 32.
He's over there.
It's a first down. I don't know who
Taz is taking it upon himself to get some Syracuse points.
Number 27 says there's a truck on the field, and it just ran him over. Here we go. Taz again under pressure. He's going to go down with a sack. Is that Robert Thump again? Is that his third sack?
It is. He had some help. 58 kind of paved the way for him.
Wow, third sack of the night for Robert Thump. I'm surprised Albert wasn't there with him. They've been kind of rallying around together around the ball carrier.
Oh, Albert was there slapping his ass right after it happened.
That's what she
Oh,
said.
he's got a man open, but he drops it. It's going to be third and
Oh, wow.
17.
Man, that guy was that was a good Taz. That was a good pass. Taz, nice pass, young man.
He put that where only his man could catch it, and his man said, I don't want it. Third and 17. Motion across the formation again. We have trips down to the left out of shotgun. We're going to hand the ball off on third and 17. And Nick Warner, I should say, not Nicholas, Nick Warner for a 2-yard loss. He does the old Sanchez, too, into the back of his left tackle. And if I say that again, I might. That's what you call a dirty Sanchez right there. They're going for it. They had to go for it on fourth down. The same play they ran earlier where the receiver drops the ball. He's wide open again. And Paz does not give him a chance. He throws it out of bounds. It's going to be first down, Virginia Tech. And I know now they're going to run the football and run this time down. Bogey Bar, getting that confused, with a tough run, a gain of 3. They elect to go hurry up, which I don't understand. We're under center.
Please remind Taz next time he throws the ball on 4th and 18 that the field's 53 yards wide. We're not in Canada where it's 55 yards wide.
I don't even think the Canadian field would have held that last one. Now that is a loss on the play. It's going to be 3rd and 8. Now they decide to go out of the huddle, but now we've got 5 wide. Chevy Monte Carlo in the back by himself. He's got some pressure. He gets rid of it, and it's caught. It is caught. That is Flaky McFlakerson after a 27-yard reception.
See, I keep wanting to think Will Todd is the tight end. So when I see Flaky McFlakerson, I get so confused.
Yeah, I believe Will Todd, doesn't he normally wear 88 too when he's playing tight end?
He does.
Oh, we've got a counter play to number 89, Jaden Payout, and it's a 3-yard loss for Virginia Tech. And now they're starting to get cute. I wouldn't advise that. I would say just run your basic offense, run the time down, get this game over with, and walk out with the win. We had a tight formation out of shotgun. He's got, oh my goodness, and it's Leon Snyder, hit 34-yard reception. It is a Virginia Tech touchdown! Woo! And I think Syracuse was thinking the same thing I was thinking, that they were going to run the football, run the time down. Virginia Tech says, no way, we're going to throw it down the field. We're going to get Leon Schneider. I believe that's his first touchdown, isn't it?
Yeah, that was his first touchdown, first TD receiving, yes.
Good way to go, champ!
We had...
Yeah.
Robert Thump has been destroying the offensive line of Syracuse. They don't want to see him anymore. 5 tackles, 3 sacks. The man has dominated the line of scrimmage for the Hokies.
Yeah, 5 of those tackles, 4 of them have been behind the line of scrimmage.
And I just feel for Nick Warner. They're trying to get the ball to him, and he has 6 receptions for no yards. And then the rushing game, I think he's about at 60 yards rushing, and it's been very hard for him to get anything going. There's a completion to Ed Hendricks. Taz Von Wolfswinkel has been landing on his back more than anybody that I know, and is trying to get the ball down the field, just does not have time.
makes the tackle.
No, I'm not implying that I know a lot of people on their backs. I know of a lot of people. I just don't know them personally. Yogi Barr
with you?
Yogi Barr with his eighth tackle of the game, but it's a first down for Syracuse, and they're trying to get something going. We're going to hand the ball off again to Warder. He's going to do whatever he can to get those two.
His hurdle gained 1 of the 2 yards. The hurdle gained 1 of the 2 yards. Oh.
Number 9 was the intended receiver on the play. 3rd down.
Oh my God, the hurdle just killed me. Oh my gosh. All right, Syracuse. Taz needing some help. Nick Warner needing some help. He's in trouble again. It's another loss, a 3-yard loss for Warner. And it's 4th and 10. Oh my goodness. Yogi Barr says you're not going anywhere, Nick Warner.
I think we should have Yogi in the booth every time it's his game, then Dave kicks him out.
That's a good sign
He's
for
having
Virginia
a heck of a
Tech.
game.
Oh my goodness. Syracuse having to punt the ball away. James Earl Troll is going to take it and bring it up to the 26-yard line. And it's going to be 1st and 10, Virginia Tech. Total domination, offensive and defensively, by the Hokies here at home. Syracuse needing something positive to come out of these next 3 minutes.
The thing I like about the Virginia Tech offense or playbook is no one else has that playbook, so it's their own special playbook for at least the first 5 games of the season.
Bogey Barr with his 28th rush of the game and it has moved over the century mark with 106 yards.
Schneider's first game, 7 receptions, 161 yards, and he did score a touchdown not too long ago.
3rd and 3 for the Hokies. We're getting to the 2-minute mark as time is running out for Syracuse. And we're going to go into shotgun with Virginia Tech here. He's hopefully going to hand the ball off and not throw it, but give it to Bogey to try to get this first down. Oh, Dante Ireland gets the reception, but no yards. It's going to be 4th and 3. It's going to force Virginia Tech to punt this football. Going to run that time down again. Might as well cue the music up. Oh my goodness, here we go. He gets the kick away, and Syracuse is going to get the ball with just under a minute to play. Ronnie Shanahan trying his best to get something going. He gets a 5-yard gain on the reception, but it's going to be 1st down and 10 at the 28-yard line for Syracuse.
All right, look for Nick Warner run in the next 2 or 3 plays. Ooh, good play.
Gets the ball off. It's going to be Goodhart. He's still going. That's Chester Chess.
He fought for the first down on that one.
Yeah, he did. That's his second reception of the game. First one was the Syracuse touchdown. Syracuse having to show some hurry up play action. I don't know if that's going to fool anybody now. And it's going to be picked. It's going to be picked, and oh my goodness.
Emotional damage.
That's the second turnover for Syracuse. Armani Chapman with his first interception of the night and of the season. Taz Von Wolfswinkel has to bring him down, and that's going to seal it. That is the dagger, as you, if you will, that is going to win it for the Virginia Tech Hokies. Bogey Barr with a 2-yard rush. He's slapping people around as he's doing it. That's going to be running the time down. We're now under 10 seconds. This is going to be it here in Blacksburg. Virginia Tech 48, Syracuse 21, and Syracuse is going to have a long flight home back to New York.
Actually, it's a bus ride up I-81. I don't really know the distance, but I know it's I-81.
Well, I'm telling you, that bus is going to be flying because they're going to be trying to get back. And
I would want to get home soon too and forget about this game.
They're going to try to travel so fast to reverse time and start this game over. This has been a dominating performance by Virginia Tech. Chevy Monte Carlo in the first quarter was, I believe he was perfect on their first couple of drives, and it was looking promising that it was going to stay that way. Then, you know, of course, a couple of defensive plays that should have been picks helped Syracuse out, but it was just only a matter of time before Virginia Tech was able to run away with it. 2 turnovers by Syracuse, one of them leading to a touchdown, and Virginia Tech never looked back.
Syracuse football sucks.
Oh, I'm glad that he said that and not me. Leon Schneider, Hayes Deason, remember those names. Oh my gosh, what a performance by the young freshman, walk-on freshman, I might add. Both of them over 100 yards. Deason with 2 touchdowns. Leon Schneider with a touchdown. Bogey Barr, you know, he didn't break any long runs, but he ended up going over 100 yards on 28 carries. And it just tough, hard-nosed running. You know, in Blacksburg, they say bring the lunch pail because you're fixing to go to work. And the Virginia Tech Hokies worked over the Syracuse Orangemen. What do you got to say, Gunny? Hello,
Syracuse
Gunny.
football sucks.
Hello, Gunny. I'll hear Gunny. All right, looking at the big board now, we've got you know, first downs, 23 first downs to 16, 603 yards of total offense for Virginia Tech. Quietly, Syracuse 416 yards total offense, but not enough points on the board to make a difference. Third down conversions, Virginia Tech was 9 of 14, Syracuse 7 of 16. The 2 turnovers, well, actually the 1 turnover that put Syracuse in a hole, and they were never able to recover from it. You had 677 total yards by Virginia Tech. Sorry about that. I got some Hokie fans, obviously, in this house. But yeah, Chevy Monte Carlo was 30 of 38 for 454 yards, 5 touchdowns, had the 1 interception, but the game, I believe, was out of hand. Not sacked at all. There was hardly any pressure put on him.
He also had 1 rushing TD also, so he accounted for 6 of the touchdowns.
That is correct. Hey, Gunny, I'm glad you're back too, by the way. That is correct. The 1 rushing touchdown also. 31 rushing attempts for 112 yards for Bogey Barr, leading the ground game there. Receiving for the Hokies, you see the 2 young freshmen, 8 receptions by Deason, 153 yards, 2 touchdowns. Schneider, 7 receptions, 161 yards, 1 touchdown. Dante Ireland, 5 receptions for 53. Just spreading the ball out all over the place for the Hokies. As far as defense goes, Keontae Jenkins leading the way with 12 tackles. Yogi Barr coming fresh out of the booth, putting on his pads and wrapping up 9 tackles. Robert Thump Only had 5 tackles, 5 solo, 4 were for losses, and 3 sacks. Dallas Sauce with 5 tackles, 2 tackles for losses. Albert Begin, my man, 4 tackles, 3 solos, and 1 tackle for loss, meeting the quarterback with Thump a lot there. Will Todd with 3 tackles, 2 tackles for losses. James Earl Troll, not only is he punt returning, but he's also playing cornerback for the Hokies, adding 3 tackles as well. Now on to the whoa. All right, we have Sebastian Gaines with 2 field goals on 2 attempts and made all of his extra points as far as the kicking game goes. Ray Gall, punter, he only punted 3 times. James Earl Troll, like I said, kick returning, punt returning. He had 2 returns for 48 yards, and he had 4 punt returns for 26 yards. Now on to Syracuse. Taz Mania Devil Von Wolfswinkel was trying his best to keep Syracuse in this game. He was 22 of 29 for 242 yards, 2 touchdowns, and the 1 interception late didn't turn into anything. As far as rushing goes, Nick Warner, I just feel sorry for the guy. 22 attempts and only 49 yards. Again, a lot of Hokies in his face as he was getting the ball. Taz.
That's what she said.
Taz had 11 attempts, 120 yards, 64 of it coming on 1 play, and just was trying to do it as best he could. Why he hating me with 3 attempts as well. Nicholas Warner, I keep saying Nicholas. I'm sorry, Nick. Nick Warner, 6 receptions for 0 yards. Again, trying to get him the football, and at Virginia Tech just teeing off on him. Ronnie Shanahan, 3 receptions for 101 yards. Maybe should get the ball to him a lot more. Him and Chester Chess, who had 2 receptions for 15 yards and a touchdown. I knew Chad would quit. Had 2 receptions for 50 yards. One of them was for 34 yards. Like I said, Chess with the touchdown grab on one of his 2 receptions. Joey, Dakota, why he hating me, each having a reception. As far as defense goes, Luke von Rugen, 10 tackles, 10 solo, and the interception, trying to keep Syracuse in this game. Butch Minner, 7 tackles, 1 for a loss. Ace Blade, 6 tackles, 3 tackles for loss there. DJ Woods with 5 tackles, 5 solo. Oliver Coslaw was 3 tackles. Also, Vinny Boombats with 2 tackles there as well for the Syracuse Orangemen. Ooh. Nick Warner even had a tackle. Bob Funk had 2 tackles for Syracuse, patrolling that backfield back there. With Funk and Von Rugen and Boombats back there, they're going to be okay. Butch Minner playing close to the line. I think Virginia Tech took advantage of that, but they're going to be all right. As far as the returners go, Ronnie Shanahan had 3 kick returns for 73 yards. His longest was 28. Butch Minner had 3 for 69 yards. The same 2 were sharing punt return duties. Shanahan getting 2 of those in their efforts there. Gunny, before we leave, anything that you would like to say about this game tonight?
Hey, congratulations to all the guys playing their very first game. Ace Blade, Oliver Closeoff, Butch Minner for Syracuse, Leon Schneider, whoever, and Hayes Deason. I mean, outstanding game by all these walk-ons that came on to these programs to start the AACL season off right for both of the respective teams. I expect Syracuse to play real well when they go back up and play their opening game in the Carrier Dome Virginia Tech, keep doing what you're doing. Let's go Hokies.
That's right, Gunny. I believe what you saw tonight from Syracuse was not your typical Syracuse team. They do tend to put a lot of points on the board. Virginia Tech had a good game plan, took advantage of how Syracuse was set up on defense and everything. I believe Virginia Tech has done a great job since the tournament of building their roster. They were able to add some walk-ons, and those walk-ons took advantage of their opportunity. I'd like to thank Gunny for joining me in the booth. I'd like to thank Yogi, even though Dave kicked him out. But he was able to go down and play some middle linebacker for the Hokies and do well, recording some tackles and some tackles for loss there. And then Caleb Batman Manning. They must have the bat signal must have flashed, somewhere during the second quarter because he had to get out of here. So he's out solving crime in the city as we speak. I want to thank you all for joining in, and we're getting ready for. We're going to get ready for game 2. Before I forget, players of the game for Virginia Tech, Chevy Monte Carlo with his 454 yards and almost perfect passing in his 5 carries, accounting for 6 touchdowns for Virginia Tech. And on defense, Keontae Jenkins in his strong safety position, 12 tackles, 6 tackles for losses, and a forced fumble. Taz Von Wolfswinkel, the quarterback for Syracuse, doing what he could to keep Syracuse in this game. 22 of 29 for 242 yards. And Lutberg Von Rugen, I think that's Gunny's favorite name, with 10 tackles and his interception. Again, thank you for joining us here in Blacksburg. Be careful driving home. And again, every student on campus was at this game, and there's going to be a party tonight in Blacksburg.
Woo! Woo! All right, Frank, Gunny, Caleb, thank you for the call. Appreciate you guys. Great call. What a game. I expected it to be a little closer, but let's see if this is another repeat season of Virginia Tech being a roller coaster. See how they do next week, or is this the going to be the high-powered offense that we're going to be used to? Tune in next week to find out. We've got another game coming up. We go right into games now. This isn't like the tournament. We don't take breaks. We go right into one game to another. I bring in the next crew, get it set up behind the scenes, yada, yada, yada. So let me bring in the next crew. Hopefully they're here. Ray Bashan, you guys have heard his name a lot during the preseason tournament. Ray, what's going on? How are you doing tonight, bro? Well, maybe he's not doing very well.
Why am I muted on Discord? What the hell? How's it going, Dave?
There you go. What the fuck? Well, hey.
I usually only mute my mic because I just got to tap the top of it, but for some reason my Discord was muted.
I don't know. Maybe somebody got tired of hearing your shit. Hey, yo.
Probably.
Thank you, Cam.
Way to go, champ!
Thank you, Clams. Appreciate that. So before I introduce the rest of your crew and bring you guys on officially for this game, what'd you think about that Virginia Tech kind of whooping on Syracuse, bro?
Syracuse football sucks.
Enough said.
I was like that. I love how you changed your voice for that.
Yeah, that was great.
That was
Make
great.
Good impressions.
Yeah. Well, I guess it depends on the kind of impressions you're talking about, but
yeah.
I will. I'll take your word for it. Hey yo. Oh look at I got this. I got this graphic all fucked up, don't I?
Good way to go, champ!
Thank you very much. So, Freddie, are you calling this game next with? Wow, this graphic's too big. That's a
yeah. I'm going second wheel with Ray.
Okay, awesome. Freddie, how you doing, bro?
All right, man. How you doing, Dave?
I'm doing.
Ray, how you doing?
How's it going, Freddie?
I'm going to let you two. Well, actually, who else is here? Oh, it's Hannibal Crow. Did he make it? He said he was running late. Is he here?
I don't see him in here.
Okay. All right. Well, when he gets here, we'll we'll ignore him for a few minutes, and then we'll bring him in.
Is wrong with you?
What is wrong with me? I don't know. All right. So take just a couple minutes, 2-3 minutes. Discuss this game while I get it set up in the background. Ray and Freddie, take it away.
Ladies and gentlemen, you already know who I am because I'm the one with the magical voice inside the AACL. And we got an amazing matchup for you. I don't care about your sound effects right now, Clamps. We have an amazing matchup coming up for you next. We got the LSU Tigers going on the road and taking on the Nebraska Cornhuskers. And Freddie, the last time these two teams met, they met in the preseason. And I believe Nebraska was the one to topple them.
Yeah, this ought to be a pretty interesting game here, seeing if LSU can, they had their, experiments in the preseason. So now it's the first week. We've already seen a couple of upsets. But Nebraska's going to be tough, I think. But we'll see how LSU handles it being on the road.
As I pull it up on my little phone here, Nebraska was able to they over doubled LSU's score when they met in the quarterfinals of the preseason tournament. It was a 52-24 matchup in favor of Nebraska, and it was at LSU this time. But now we're at where the corn grows. We're in Nebraska's territory. Do you think LSU can somehow muster up what they learned about from Nebraska in the preseason and put it into the regular season matchup here?
Yeah, I think they will. But like you said, it was a pretty good first half. I think it was close, if I'm not mistaken, in the preseason. But Nebraska just blew them away in the second half.
I agree with you there. All good. So as we look at the Dave's having issues, everybody. What a shock.
Way to go, champ!
As we look at the human rosters here, LSU, led by their quarterback, sophomore, number 8, that is Larry Ballin. And right behind him in the backfield, or next to him if he's in the shotgun, that's his halfback. That's going to be his sophomore, number 26. That is the Brute Bandit. And with the wide receiver core, we have the triple threat, which is the sophomore, number 5, Essex Denabola, the freshman, number 88, Travius James, and the freshman, number 10, Darius Gardner. Along them, an excellent tight end who can block down the field for these receivers. That is sophomore, number 86, Ray Colston. Seems like a high-powered offense for these LSU Tigers.
And I think it's going to be interesting to see what they can produce today. I think Nebraska defense is pretty strong, though. We'll see how it goes.
Crazy Canuck in the chat going, fucking Ray. You are fucking correct. As on defense there, we got the sophomore. I don't give a shit about your crickets. On defense, we got the sophomore, number 54. That is Alex Roy. Also joining him on the defensive line as sophomore, number 91. That is Justin Brown. And the linebackers for the game, freshman, number 15. That is Caleb Manning. Sophomore, number 51, Yayo Montana. And the safeties, Yayo. Listen, I like Yayo better. We got the safeties in the backfield. It doesn't matter what I like because I'm the caller. I'm the play-by-play person.
Hey-o!
We got the safeties in the backfield for LSU. That is freshman number 6, Lasha. Not even going to try to pronounce that last name. Good luck. And I got the strong safety, freshman number 42, that is Dylan Ux.
Way to go, champ!
And this defense is going to have to put in some time and effort today if they want to stop the Nebraska Cornhuskers offense.
Oh, definitely it's going to be they're going to have their hands full right here with this Nebraska offense.
Greg Soto over there with that voice. You can call me whatever you want.
So, do we know what playbooks each team and stuff?
All right, and over on we're gonna go through the Nebraska's real quick because everybody should already know who's on Nebraska, right? Right. All right. Quarterback freshman number 18, that is Brooke Behringer. Halfback freshman number 3, he's the one that lays down the gospel on you on the field. That is Pauly Truth. We got the wide receiver, sophomore number 26. That is Speedy Gonzalez. Sophomore number 7. That is Dave Axis, who apparently went to bed with my mother during the preseason. We also got the tight end, freshman number 87, Robert Tistabaum.
Again.
Dave said again, apparently. We got 2 defensive ends there.
That's
we got
what she said.
Freshman number 98, that's John Smith. John Jacob Jingleheimer Smith. We got freshman number 99, Jaquiz Garfield III. Making the other 2 proud. Sophomore number 4, that's Rob Foraker. Freshman number 5, Hungry Johnny. Freshman number 2, Kenny Slider. Freshman number 23, Randy Brooks. And freshman number 1, that is Cal L. And beside, it looks like a pretty young defense for this Nebraska Cornhuskers team.
Well, the whole team is pretty young. I think they only have 3 sophomores.
But anyways, folks, that is your human rosters for this game. Let's get on down to Nebraska and have our first week matchup between the Tigers and the Cornhuskers.
Nebraska coming out all reds.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we are. The first week of the AACL continues, and we have the most exciting matchup we're probably going to see in the first week. We got LSU taking on Nebraska, and what is everybody is expecting should be a high-scoring offense on both sides of the field. But here we go. LSU kicking the ball off. Nebraska's going to get it first in the first half. We're going to take it back out of the end zone. Looks like it's got a hole, but it's going to get stopped up near the 25. That is Dave Axis Jr. with the return. And the impact player, as always, for Nebraska has got to be that wide receiver, sophomore Speedy Gonzalez. What are they going to have to do to stop Speedy today?
And they're going to have to cover him and don't let him get behind their defense. Put him in front of them.
As you say,
Like
something.
coming out running the ball here.
At a 1st and 10, already laying down the gospel, telling everybody to believe in him. That is Polly Truth taking it 18 yards.
Ooh, now he's over there. Ooh.
And getting the first down.
Look at that big old offensive lineman out there running in front of him. Beautiful block.
And Nebraska coming out of here in this game with the Louisville offense playbook, while LSU is going to run that 4-2-5 to see if they can stop the speedness of this offense of Nebraska. Polly Truth only going to get 2 yards. They're going to bring up a 2nd and 8, already at midfield. Hands it right back off to the Truth, and the Truth immediately getting clobbered up by 2 LSU linemen.
Gotcha, bitch!
That was a gain of 6, I believe. It's going to bring up the first 3rd down of Nebraska. Hands off Truth!
Ooh, get off me!
Throwing the stiff arm, baptizing a man, taking it 6 yards, and picking up the first down for Nebraska. This drive continues.
That was a run there by a running back now.
1st and 10, looking back, just throws it right down the Truth, and it seems like it's all Truth right now for this Nebraska team. And if it's a run, it's Truth. If it's a pass, it's Truth.
LSU's going to have to.
2nd and 6. Hands it right back off once again to Polly Truth, trying to run it up the guy. He gets 3 yards. And you could say that Nebraska is testing LSU to see if they can handle the Truth.
Another big 3rd down coming up here.
Brooks steps back. She's looking, throws it to the left, wide open on the left. That is Dave Texas Jr. for 22 yards in his first catch of the game.
And Nebraska got a nice little drive going here.
They're 1st and 10 inside the red zone for their first trip today. Hands it right back off to the Truth. Gonna get a gain of 3 yards. Gonna bring up a 2nd and 7. They've pretty much been relying on that man this first drive.
Well, they're constantly making positive yardage on each play and not having no negative plays.
Here's 2nd and 7. Doesn't fake the handoff, just stepping back, has plenty of time, tries to throw it over to defender Caleb Manning with the hops, knocking it down, but was wanting the interception. I'll bring up a 3rd down. There's the snap, looking, doesn't see the blitz on the right, but it doesn't matter. Oh, it should matter, because that is an interception in the end zone. LSU with the pick, and they're bringing it out to their 20.
That was a good defensive stand there by the dome. I'm here.
We are 1st and 10. Yeah, we didn't hear anything you said there, Freddie.
You can't hear me now?
We can hear you now.
All right.
Our 1st and 10, hands it right off. It's going to get a gain of 4 there. I believe that was Brute. 2nd and 6. There's the pitch to Brute. No! Shrugs a man off. Shrugs 2 defenders off. Brute Bandit picking up 8. Going to get the 1st down for LSU.
Good way to go, champ.
No huddle, lining up. Man in motion, fakes the handoff to Brute. Oh my God. Gives him a stiff arm of his own, and he's got open grass. A blocker out in front. Can he beat the defender? No. Larry Ballin.
He's over
Picking
there.
up.
Whoop. Now he's over there. Whoop.
Picking up 55. And Dave has already muted himself.
Hey, this is the way it was in the preseason. LSU come out with a big lead, and Nebraska came back. It ain't over with yet.
That makes it 2nd and 10.
Went the pass on the 1st down. It fell incomplete. It fell out of the receiver's hands, so we got a 2nd and 10 inside the red zone. Fakes the handoff to Brute. Pitches it over. Or maybe that's Brute.
Yeah, he gonna make it. Touchdown.
That's Brute Bandit going in for the LSU.
Out them Tigers.
Extra point is up, and it is good. LSU picking up the 1st touchdown of the game, and they're leading Nebraska 7-0.
Roar. We never did get to the LSU offense.
No, we
game
did.
plan they were. So you were muted. Hey, you all right, man? You didn't throw your headset? Okay. Well, you're cool.
1st and 10. Nebraska trying to answer back from the touchdown. Hands it right off to Polly Truth. Looked like he was trying to stiff arm to the left, but nobody was even coming to his left. He had to worry about his right. Going to pick up 0. Cotton McKnight on the tackle. This is going to bring up 2nd and 10.
I think Nebraska needs to throw it a little bit more here.
Hands it off to Polly Truth again. Stiffs arm a man. Shoves him to the ground. He's going to pick up 9. So close to the 1st down. He's going to be a yard short, though. He's going to bring up a 3rd and 1.
Paulie's hard to get down, man. Takes 2 or 3 tacklers to get him on the ground.
That's what she said.
Oh, throwing it over, and it's out of bounds. Brooke Behringer got pressured on the left side, and it's going to be a 4th and 1, and Nebraska's looking to punt the ball again. Let's check it. Let's check in on Dave on the sidelines here.
Are you kidding me? That is just stupid.
All right, Dave's not pleased. But here we are, 1st and 10. LSU going to get the ball back. You want to tell me that again, Dave? And LSU coming out to this game running the Oregon offense. Meanwhile, Nebraska's running that 4-3 multiple. It was looking like it's stopping them well right there. Rob Foraker with the tackle. Going to bring up a 2nd and 10 on a 0-yard gain. Hands it right off to the running back. He finds a hole in the middle, lowering the helmet. Brute Bandit picking up 7. Going to bring up a 3rd and 3.
Let's go.
Both running backs are making a pretty big impact here at the beginning of the game.
Oh, fake the handoff to Brute. Could have got stopped behind the line, but got spun around. Larry Ballin picking up 7 by himself and picks up the 1st down for LSU.
Larry be ballin'.
Didn't fake the handoff to Brute there. Gives it to him, runs it up the gut. Going to pick up 6. Already crossed midfield once again. LSU back in Nebraska territory. Oh, fake the handoff. Has the pitch option if he needs it, but it looks like he's just going to take it himself up the gut. 13 yards. Larry balling all over this field and picking up another 1st down. Had 2 pitch options there, it seemed like, but Larry just having to hold on to the ball, being crowded by a sea of red. Only going to pick up 8 there. It's going to be 2nd and 2, and Ballin already has 83 yards on the day.
The Tigers are kind of dominating this running game out there in the first half.
Man in motion, takes the snap, throws it to the screen, but that screen is going to get blown up. Travius James going nowhere with that catch. Going to bring up a 3rd and 2. That was Ballin's 2nd attempt. Hands it off. Oh, in the defense of Nebraska, stopping the running back in the backfield, bringing up a 4th down and forcing LSU to take a field goal.
That was a good stop by the Nebraska defense.
The snap, the kick is up, and it is good.
Cornhuskers got them right where they want them.
See if we can. Let's see if they can keep them there. Got a pretty decent return there. 27 yards from Dave Axis Jr. Nebraska offense coming back out, and they need to figure out something if they want to stay in this ball game.
Two times. 4 down. Watch 15. Watch 15. Red 68.
1st and 10. Brooke faked the handoff to Polly, trying to take it herself, but gets dropped for 3 yards.
Loss of 3 yards on the play.
Lasha, long ass name. Gonna bring up a 2nd and 13. Takes the snap once again. She's looking, throws it down the middle. 2 receivers get tangled up with it. That's Dave's not here.
Dave's not here.
He was there, and he caught the ball for 11 yards, making it a 3rd and manageable for the Nebraska Cornhuskers. I believe so. Here we are, throws it to the right side. Brooke with the completed pass, making people miss. That's Travis Volkalek for 14 yards and a Nebraska 1st down. Lined up once again, 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right, throws it down the middle, has a man. That is Dave Axis Jr. Getting 6 yards.
That'll make it 2nd and 4.
Be a 2nd and 4 with the final seconds winding down in the first quarter. Hands it off to Pauly. Pauly already warned the man what he was going to do to him before he got to them, and he did what he exactly told him. Stiff-armed him to the ground, but only going to pick up a couple yards there. Going to bring up a 3rd and 1.
It's a tough Pauly to get down.
Snap, Brooks looking, throws it over the field, has a receiver. It's caught. Oh, it's not caught. It's incomplete.
What? Did he drop it or did he catch it out of bounds?
They say he was out of bounds when he had control of the ball. I thought that was a caught ball.
Emotional damage.
The referees were saying incomplete, so Nebraska had to punt it away, and it's back at the 20-yard line of LSU. Throwing it down the field. Oh, and it's dropped. He cut back on the defender and just couldn't hang on to the ball after it hit his fingertips. Oh, and a defensive lineman for Nebraska feeling the shoulder of Trey Bradford. And that's going to be the end of the first quarter. LSU, the only one to find the end zone currently. Twice, actually. One with an interception, one with a touchdown, and they're up 10-0 here in Nebraska.
It was an interesting first quarter there. Looking for Nebraska to come back and make a close game before half here. It's a big 3rd down right here for Nebraska.
Here we go. Takes the snap, crosses over the line. Only going to get 2 yards, but that's enough for the first down. Larry Ballin knew exactly where he needed to be.
Keep them chains moving.
1st and 10. Looked like he was going to hand it off there, but just throws it to the open wide receiver on the left. That is Travius James, 12 yards. 10 toes down, only needed 5, but he says, I have the skills. And picks up another first down for LSU. Oh,
ooh, big hit.
Getting speared after 2 yards there. Larry Ballin taking a huge hit. Again with the no huddle. Seems like LSU is going aggressive today. Hands it off to Brute. Proving that his first name is legit. Stiff arming a man down to the ground. Only going to get 3 yards there. Going to bring up a 3rd and 6. Takes the snap, steps back way too far, was looking for the screen.
Defense, man.
And the Nebraska defense answering, dropping him back on 3.
That makes it 4th and 8.
And LSU is going to have to punt here.
They had the blockers out there, just somebody didn't block that number 8. The defense is staying there by Nebraska.
Nebraska catches the ball inside the 10-yard line. Dave Axis Jr. was 16 yards. Surprised he just didn't try to let that roll behind him so that he would get up to the... Well, maybe he did get more than... Yeah, okay, he got up to the 30.
Yeah.
All right, so I'll stop complaining, Dave. 1st and 10. Brooks step back, looking, got protection. Oh, and she just throws off her back foot there, throws it out of bounds. I was complaining that Dave didn't let that ball roll into the end zone for the touchback, but he actually got it up to the 30, so I said I'll stop complaining. 2nd and 10, hands off to Pauly Truth. He has a hole up to the right, getting close to the first down marker. He's going to say he's inches shy.
That'll bring up 3rd and inches.
I'll bring up a 3rd down for Nebraska. Hands it off to Pauly. He's just going to get that easy first down conversion. The entire line was ahead of that marker. All he had to do was just casually stroll up there and picks up the first for Nebraska.
It's nice blocking by the offensive line of the Cornhuskers.
Man in motion, hands the ball off, and Pauly gets blown up in the backfield. Alex Roy with the tackle for a loss. Drops him down for 4 yards. I'm going to bring up a 2nd and 14 for Nebraska now. Crazy Canuck in the chat. Not the first time he's heard that, I'm sure. Inches short. Jesus, man.
That's what she said.
Is wrong with you?
Handed off the ball to Pauly Truth once again. I think he just met up with Alex Roy. No, that was Ooks, actually. Ooks dropping him down for a gain of 2, and it's only going to be a 3rd and 12 now. Takes snap, looking over the middle, and it is intercepted by LSU. The 2nd interception of Brook this game. And it goes to Lasha. Try to squeeze it up the gut there to Axis Jr. Just Lasha had a step on it. And LSU bringing the offense back out, hoping to put some points off that turnover.
Oh, no.
And somehow Nebraska does not pick that off. Trevius James stepping in front of the defender, yanking the ball away and getting 6 yards. Mrs. Canuck, how are you doing?
Emotional damage.
Fakes a handoff to Brute. Larry Bullins taking himself riding up the gut. 12 yards. And we're already close to 100 yards of Larry Ballin rushing. There's the handoff to Brute. It's going to be met up by 5 Nebraska Cornhuskers. Only 4 of them tried to tackle him, though. 5 yards.
LSU. Go ahead.
You're good. Go ahead.
This is what LSU does, is they control the clock, run the ball. Don't turn it over.
That's a gain of 12 on the play.
And they're doing pretty good on that. 12 yards, again, by Larry Ballin. Already over 100 yards rushing in the first half. 1st and 10 in the red zone of Nebraska. Once again, empty backfield. Ballin's looking, and he's going to get... Oh, and he fumbled the ball! He fumbled the ball. The offensive lineman picks it up. This is technically going to go down as a sack. And he loses 7 yards. And Freddie, as soon as you say something about the turnovers, it almost cost dearly for LSU there.
Hold my drink, bitch.
Yeah, the offensive lineman saved him there on that one.
Takes the handoff. Larry's looking, had that block on the left. Larry Ballin's got open field. He's in the end zone for their 2nd. Touchdown! It's a pretty good time in there, Clams.
Hey, I love the fight song. Well, I mean, just the whole point of it. After scoring
And
a
the kick
touchdown.
is up, and it is good for LSU. They are now up 17-0.
Let's go.
Oh,
Hey, it went over here earlier today, man.
Speedy Guns. There's a storm currently over the broadcast station. We may lose power. I've been hearing reports about a rogue goldfish threatening to turn off the power for Dave. As Pauly Truth, 6 yards up the gut, is going to bring it to 2nd and 4.
I can need to get them some points here before halftime now.
Oh, in truth, finding out that Dylan Ooks does not care and drops him down for the loss. There's a freight train coming in the drop. Truth. Brooks drop back looking. Has to scramble out, trying to find somebody. Nobody's there. And I'm not saying Dave's not there. Nobody was there. It's going to force a 3 and out, and Nebraska's going to have to punt that shit away once again.
Dave's not here.
He wasn't. Actually, he was not.
What a nice move.
Hooks look like the CIA in covering up the truth. Good
Is
job,
wrong
Crazy.
with you?
He can say it. He's Canadian. 1st and 10. He fakes the handoff. They could have easily just had the tackle there on the Larry Ballin, but he's going to get 9 yards. Going to bring up a 2nd and 1. And this Nebraska defense has no answer for LSU so far. Fakes the handoff, then just throws it to Bro. And there's an answer for Brute Bandit. Getting dropped 2 yards.
They need to go back what was working. Running up the middle.
Got a 3rd and 2 coming up near midfield. Man in motion, takes it back, fakes the handoff. Couldn't get the pitch, the Brute. Ballin getting dropped a yard. Cash me outside. How about that?
Gotcha, bitch.
And Nebraska forcing the punt of LSU. Going to get another chance. Would have been so funny if LSU faked the punt. Dave Axis Jr. with the 7 yards. Out comes the Nebraska offense again. They need to find some sort of spark to drive their team down and get in that end zone.
They have not thrown the ball to Speedy Gonzalez at all. He hadn't even got a catch, and he's supposed to be the impact player.
That is true. The impact player so far looking like Polly Truth shrugs a man off. Only get a gain of 6 there on the run to the outside. Gonna bring up a 2nd and 4, and that is true. Brooks pretty much thrown to Dave's not here, Dave Axis Jr., even Polly Truth, but has not thrown to the Speedy of Gonzalez. As Polly Truth gets jumbled up in the backfield. Calm down, LSU. I said jumbled up, not jambalaya. It's going to be a 3rd and 3 for Nebraska. The handoff to Polly Truth getting stopped in the backfield once again. That is Truth's nightmare right there. That is Dylan Ux dropping him down in Nebraska once again, having a 3 and out.
Dylan's having a great first half, too, for LSU.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh, and it looks, he just got tackled at the legs. Spaghetti legs happening there to Trevius.
Textbook tackle. That's how you're supposed to tackle.
Not about taking ankles. Nebraska was taking kneecaps like they were the Detroit Lions there.
Hold my drink, bitch.
1st and 10. And they're saying he was inbounds when he caught that.
Fire in the hole!
20 yards, Gardner. They got to challenge that. Come on. There it is.
There you go.
I don't think there's any way. Okay, there could be a way he actually got that.
It's hard to tell. Sometimes they'll call it, sometimes they won't.
And the play stands. LSU with the 20-yard gain as they move closer to the red zone once again. 1st and 10. Takes the snap. Larry's looking, has plenty of time, throws a long ball, and it is incomplete. Looked like he tried to bat it toward his teammate, and the teammate was just not ready for it. 2nd and 10. Takes the snap, just does a delayed handoff to Brute, and Brute getting sandwiched between two Nebraska defenders. Going to bring up a 3rd and 9. Rob Foraker with tackle. Throws it to the right side. Can he pick up the first down? Darius Gardner, 8 yards, and he's going to be short. A 4th and 1, and LSU is electing for the field goal.
Probably going to let the clock run down about 40 seconds. Here you go. There we go. There we go.
And the final Jeopardy category is, why can't Brooke throw the fucking ball?
That was awesome.
The kick is up, and it is good. LSU jumping up 20-0, just giving Nebraska a big old donut right now in the first half.
Definitely wasn't expecting this from Nebraska.
First and 10. Nebraska lining up, looking to try and get some points before halftime here. Throws it down to the right side. Shreds off a tackle. That's Dave Axis Jr. with 13 yards. And he's not celebrating. He just throws the ball and says, get back to the fucking line of scrimmage.
Dave?
First and 10. Brooke takes the snap, has protection, throws right in the middle. Is that him once again? That's Dave Axis Jr. He gets a huge hit.
Dave?
But again, throws the ball and says, get back to the fucking line of scrimmage. 2nd and 2. I don't know why it took forever to snap that ball. Oh, and the defender was rushing Brooke. And Brooke, feeling the pressure, threw it straight to the chest of the defender. And Nebraska doing their Milli Vanilli impression, blaming on the game. Truth dropping 5 yards. It's going to be 4th down. And Nebraska punting once again. Dylan Uggs just being a nightmare for this offense.
Emotional damage.
Oh, Freddie, we got 13 seconds here. LSU has 2 timeouts. Do you think they're going to try to take one more shot at that end zone, or are they just going to end it here?
No, they're going to run it, end it here, and take it into the locker room.
Oh, the run was wrong. It's a screen to the running back there. But he does get dropped for 3. Nebraska standing over him like they've actually done something.
They stopped him for 1.
Bring up a 2nd and 13, and I believe that is the last play of the first half. Oh, I'm getting choked up over this. Ladies and gentlemen, a shocker so far. LSU coming out and storming.
This way it was the preseason, but I don't think LSU had this big a lead. I think it was a little bit smaller lead. So we'll see how Nebraska does in the second half.
LSU coming out in the first half.
LSU in the second half.
LSU coming out in the first half and just stomping all over Nebraska's home field. Putting up 20 points and stopping Nebraska every single drive they've gotten. Giving them a big old goose egg so far. Nebraska seemed like they were going to have some spot of hope there, but the fumble recovery got picked up by the offensive lineman. And Freddie, what does Nebraska got to do to actually get back into this game?
They got to put some drives together. The first drive they had the ball, they marched right down the field. Then they threw the interception in the end zone. And ever since then, they hadn't been able to do nothing. So you just have to get back to the basics. Throw to somebody other than Dave Axis, because evidently they're covering everybody else. Let's get Speedy involved.
Speedy, no targets and no catches at all in the first half. The impact player of Nebraska, no matter where you are or whatever game you're watching, you know you have to get Speedy involved into this game if you want a shot at winning. 1st and 10, LSU getting the ball. Nebraska took the ball at the first half, throwing down the field. Oh, and he stepped out of bounds. He couldn't establish him 1 foot in bounds. Had the catch, but it's going to be incomplete. It's going to be a 2nd and 10 for LSU. Another bullet
for
in
one
the
team
foot for
in the first
Nebraska.
half can happen for the other team in the second half.
And great
There
play
you go.
great play recognition there. John Jacob Jingleheimer Smith realizing he's got to get in between the pitch to drop him. It's going to be a 3rd and 10 for LSU. Looking, he's got nobody open. Look who's coming for him. Larry Ballin getting sacked for the 2nd time today. That is Maverick Delaney.
And way to go, champ!
Dropping them back. Is going to bring up a 4th down. LSU starting out with the second half on a 3 and out.
This is what Nebraska needed now. They get good field position here, put some points on the board. They be right back in this game.
Let's go.
There's the beautiful punt. Dave Axis Jr. receiving said punt near the 40-yard line. Is only going to pick up 4 yards there. Going to bring up a 1st and 10. Let's see if Nebraska made the necessary changes that they needed to get back into this ball game. They got beautiful field position to do so. Hands it right off to Pauly Truth. He's only going to pick up 2 there. It's going to bring up a 2nd and 8. Somebody timeout Mrs. C for that comment. Power is so hard not to abuse. 2nd and 8. Pauly finding a hole up the right side. We got a 3rd and 1 now for Nebraska. Hands it right off to Pauly.
Play Buffalo. That's all you got to do is get 20 goals.
Pauly running it up the gut. It's going to pick up the 1st down. They are now in LSU territory. Let's just hope they don't choke it away.
They still only have 2 players on the field.
Ollie finding a hole to the right side once again. Tried to shed the tackle there. Just could not do it. But he does pick up 7. Again, Dylan Ux getting a tackle there, stopping Truth.
Casey Canuck got a red card.
No, that entire team is a red card.
Or was it Leathers?
Oh, is that the man? They finally get him in the game. Speedy Gonzalez. 29 yards, his first target, his first catch. And I believe we are in red zone territory for Nebraska. First and 10. We got some movements on the line. Takes the snap, throws it over the middle, shoves a man off. That's Speedy Gonzalez once again. Picks up 10 yards and the 1st down. We are now at a 1st and goal on the half-yard line. Is this a Wildcat? This is a Wildcat. He spun away. Marvin Scott the 3rd, breaking 2 tackles and into the end zone for the Nebraska.
Touchdown! You watch this replay, there's about 5 LSU Tigers laying on the field there.
Nebraska pulling out the trickery. The kick is up and it is good. And finally, The goose egg is over with for Nebraska, and they have a spark.
Let's go.
On offense.
Hey, we got a game now, baby. What? Oh,
and
what
that
a move!
spark is immediately answered by LSU. Going up the gut. Shedding everybody. Travius James, 102 yards for the LSU. Touchdown!
He put some nice moves, right? Let you go, be gone.
He's over there. Whoop. Now he's
Be
over
gone.
there. Whoop.
Pretty much
Certified
covered in
badass.
grease. Untouched. Travius James looking at the entire Nebraska say, hey, that touchdown was cute. Let me show you how the real boys play. The kick is up and it is good for LSU.
It definitely was a nice return.
The first kickoff return touchdown of the regular season. It belongs to the Tigers. Axis Juniors is like, I can't copy that. So he just takes the knee. He's going to bring it out to the 25. First and 10. Brooke drops back. It's looking, has plenty of time. Now that time has collapsed. Brooke getting sacked for 7 yards. Devontae Lee with his first sack of the game.
Too much time. He got to throw the ball. Get rid of it.
Second and 17. Brooks looking, throws it over the middle, and it is intercepted. Put a little bit too much air on that ball. And Lasha picking up the second interception of the game for him. And the woes continue.
And way to go, champ!
Power outage. Uh-oh. I hear a thunderstorm coming in Knoxville.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got some audio coming in from that interception. Lasha just going up to Brooke and saying,
thank you for your patronage.
Second and 6. Brute running up the gut to the right side. Brooke, a tackle, is going to pick up 8 and the first down there for LSU. First time chatter. Savageness 06, welcome to the AACL. As Darius Gardner takes a 2-yard rush, bringing up the 2nd and 8. Hope you enjoy the game, Savage. You just missed a 102-yard kickoff return for LSU. Takes the snap. Larry Ballin drops back, looking, throwing to the right, and he just throws it out of bounds. Felt the pressure coming, and he knew he had to get rid of it.
It's going to be a big stop right here for the Cornhuskers to keep them to 3.
3rd and 8. Ballin's got plenty of time. Looking over the middle. It is dropped. It got dropped by the defender in the end zone, number 2. LSU electing to just take the field goal. The kick is up. It's looking good.
And way to go, champ!
The turnovers are the difference of the game so far. Because what, Nebraska got 3-0?
3 turnovers on the game for Nebraska. You are correct. Dave Axis Jr. bringing it up 28 yards. It's going to be a 1st and 10 for Nebraska. Let's see if they can recreate their one drive, their only drive that they got in the end zone. There's the toss to Pauly Truth. Immediately ran into the defender. Truth getting dropped 3 yards. Caught McKnight with the loss there. Bringing up a 2nd and 13. Takes the snap. Brooks trying to do it herself, but gets dropped 3 yards. Justin Brown with the tackle. And it's not Nebraska. They are not here today.
Yeah, this isn't the same Nebraska we saw in the preseason.
This is looking more like the Nebraska that we saw near the end of the preseason, honestly. 3rd and 16, immediately getting wrapped up. Brooke taking the sap. Alex Roy dropping her down, and it's a 4th and long. And they're just going to have to punt it away once again.
Gotcha, bitch.
Emotional damage.
Takes the punt. It's going to get near midfield. Not a good punt for Nebraska, but Trevius James does get tripped up. Only going to bring it back 13 yards. It's going to be a 1st and 10 for LSU.
Check 26, check 26. Watch the run.
1st and 10, fakes the handoff, immediately spins out of a tackle, got tripped over by another defender, picks up 5. It's gonna be a 2nd and 5 for LSU. Looking for was looking for the pitch, but got pushed back by his own person, John Jacob Jingleheimer Smith. Getting the tackle for loss there. I'm gonna bring up a 3rd and 9 for LSU. I don't know what happened there. Did he just get caught up in the defender?
Yeah, I think he got caught up in the offensive lineman there.
Plenty of time, throws it down the field, has a receiver open. That's Trevius James, 24 yards, and we got a 1st down inside the red zone for LSU. Nebraska seeming like they have the answers to stop LSU, and they let one slip away. What's going on here? He throws it into the end zone. It's going to be picked off by Nebraska. The 1st turnover for LSU, and it is in the end zone. That was Slider with the pick. And Nebraska has it back at their 20, but it still stands. Can't their offense do something with it?
Need to throw the ball. They're running out of time here. I mean, still got 2 minutes in the 3rd, but need to throw the ball to Axis and Speedy. Right. I mean, she's on the LSU team.
2nd and 7, throws it over the middle. That's the man you were talking about. That is Speedy Gonzalez snatching it away from a defender. It's going to pick up 16 and a 1st down for Nebraska.
I don't think Tigers can cover Speedy Gonzalez. They just need to keep feeding him.
First and 10, Brooke. Faking the handoff, gets the defender, but the two could not drop her, but the next 2 does. She does get back to the line of scrimmage, though, so it's going to be a 2nd and 10. Pepper Brooks finally able to drop her.
Trying to get that running game going.
2nd and 10, hands it off to Pauly Truth. For some reason, always sticks out his arm, trying to stiff arm what looks, I guess he sees Casper out there. But it's going to be 3rd and 7, only going to pick up 3 there. And again, we're looking at a 3rd and technically long for Nebraska. They throw it short. Dave's not here with the 4 yards. Going to make it a 4th and 3.
Dave's not here.
He was not there for the 1st down at least, and Nebraska's punting it right back to LSU.
I'm kind of curious why they didn't go for it, being down as many points as they were. Not going to get that many more possessions. Get a big turnover here, pick 6.
First and 10, Larry Ballin takes the snap, looking back, has time in the pocket, finds an open receiver right there in the middle. Keyshawn Butte with the 17 yards. First catch of the game is going to bring up another first down. The snap fakes the handoff, hits the pitch out to the right side, crosses the first down marker. Gonna bring up a 1st and 10 once again for LSU. Darius Gardner with the rush there.
The Tigers with over 200 rushing yards already.
Hands it right off to Brute. He's gonna pick up a gain of 8 up the gut. Gonna bring up a 2nd and 2, and that might do it for the third quarter. Oh, LSU snapping it off before the third quarter ends. Fakes the pitch to the running back. Hops off a defender. He's got daylight in front of him. 10, he gets dropped on the 3-yard line. Larry Ballin, 36 yards to end the third quarter. Ladies and gentlemen, get your eggplants. Get your corn. Get your 69. Get your middle fingers. Get your fuck eagles out there. We're heading to the fourth. LSU's up 30-7.
We're heading to the fucking fourth quarter.
Woo!
And the third, Ballin looking, finds nobody open, trying to run up the gut, gets tripped up near the line of scrimmage. It's going to be a 2nd and goal. I think they're placing that on the 2-yard line. 4-acre saving the touchdown there. Takes the snap. Had the pitch option if he needed. He gets spun out to the left side, and he's holding his head.
Oh, he down, man down.
Larry Ballin is down with an injury, holding his head after that.
Emotional damage.
The backup just handing it to the running back, and it doesn't matter. Trey Bradford up the gut, 4 yards for the LSU. Touchdown!
Woo!
Kick is up, and it is good. Ladies and gentlemen, we will get you an injury update on Ballin as soon as we get any word about it. Dave Axis Jr. taking the knee in the end zone, bringing the Nebraska Cornhuskers team back out onto the field. First and 10, Brooke drops back, looking, plenty of protection in the pocket, finds a receiver to the left, spins out of a tackle. I believe that's number 7. That is Dave Axis Jr. with his 5th catch of the game.
Dave? Yeah, you ought to be able to tell by the white sleeves. Mr. Sleeves himself.
How many times he's gotten the ball? I'm surprised they're not green already. First and 10. Lining up near midfield. Nebraska looking to answer back. Try and stay in this game. Under center takes the snap, drops back, looking, has Dave Axis Jr. once again to the left, 8 yards. Gonna bring up a 2nd and 2.
That makes it 2nd and 2.
Ballin has a mild concussion. He is out for the game, for the rest of this game, as it's thrown down the middle to Dave's not here.
Dave's not here.
He's there, and he gets 15 yards and the first down for Nebraska. It's going to be a huge blow for LSU. Let's see if they can hold on to this lead in the fourth quarter without their star quarterback.
They're going to have to be really turning it up here, getting real quick, because time is running short quickly.
And the running game was working for Nebraska in the first quarter, but so far it's just been shut down by this defense. 2nd and 12 for Nebraska. They're going to have to rely on their passing game if they want to get back in.
I mean, we're getting ready to be under 5 minutes here very shortly.
And Brooke just trying to run it up the gut herself. It's only going to get a yard. Montana framing his own teammate's ass with his hands for some reason. Going to be a 3rd and 11.
Is wrong with you?
What's wrong with him? Throws it down the middle of the field. The receiver couldn't cut back and grab it. He's yelling at the referee. He was wanting a flag. Doesn't get one. 4th and 11, and they have to go for it here, Fred.
Oh, definitely have to go for it here. I wonder what the pick'em was for this game. Oh, how many people picked Nebraska?
Threw it over the middle to Speedy Gonzalez. 9 yards, and it is a turnover on downs for Nebraska. LSU coming back out there. Is that Larry Ballin? No, that is not Larry Ballin. My bad. I apologize. But that man is running like Larry Ballin. That is TJ Finley.
He's over there. Whoop. Now he's over there. Whoop.
16 yards and picks up the first down, picking up where Ballin left off. And to answer your question, Freddie, the pick'ems for the Nebraska LSU game, as I forgot what was just said in my ear, so I will look it up myself.
I think he said 54-36.
54-36 in favor of Nebraska.
You never know week 1, though. It's hard to pick them during the week 1 because we've already had a couple upsets already.
Fakes the handoff, 2nd and 4. TJ's looking, has plenty of protection. Throws it right there in the middle, a dot. I can't say dot, that's not me out there. Darius Gardner, 25 yards, and picks up the first down once again for LSU. You can throw your crickets out there all you want.
Oh, look at that. All the way across, and then he cut back.
Plenty of good protection out there for TJ Finley. First and 10. You say the 31-yard line of Nebraska, hands it off. I believe that's a wide receiver that got the handoff. Keyshawn Butte with the 4 yards.
That makes it 2nd and 6.
Bring it to a 2nd and 6. Fakes the handoff. TJ's looking to do it himself. Shoves a man right. Oh, there's a fumble. We have a fumble and a clear recovery by Nebraska. He was running down the field with it. The second turnover of the game. It got stripped out of TJ's hands as he was trying to fight for more yardage.
Good way to go, champ.
And Nebraska would have been gone if he didn't get tripped up by the LSU Tiger there.
Yeah, lineman wasn't going that far.
1st and 10. Fakes the handoff. Brooks drop back looking. Throws to the right side. That is Dave's not here.
Dave's not here.
He's there for 19 yards and another first down for Nebraska.
Very nice.
Go 1st and 10 near midfield. Brooke takes the snaps, looking. Felt the pressure to her left, drops it off to Pauly Truth. That's going to be 6 yards on the catch there. It's going to bring up a 2nd and 4.
They're going to have to kind of hurry it up. Time's running out quickly here. It'd be more than a no huddle.
Finding out, takes the snap, drops back, looking, trying to find somebody, but gets swallowed up from behind. Justin Brown with the sack on Brooke, dropping him back to a 3rd and 11. Back on the 49-yard line, lined up once again. Takes a step back, looking, just throws it to the right side, trying to find something. That's Dave's not here. For the 4 yards. You got 4 yards, 4th and 6, and obviously Nebraska's going to go for it. Fake the throw, has a man down the field, juked down a defender. Number 7, Dave Exes Jr., 47 yards for the Nebraska. Touchdown!
Nice move there in the end zone.
Dave's sitting here in our ears telling us all game that it just needs to be thrown to him. Well, that turned out true. Ran 47 yards to get Nebraska their 2nd touchdown of the day, and we got an onside kick attempt here.
Go, champ.
And the attempt is failed as Cole Taylor picks up the ball. And LSU has prime field position now to try and put the dagger into this game.
They'll turn out the lights time coming up. Sorry, Nebraska.
I thought he fumbled again. TJ Finley with the 8-yard rush. Thought he dropped the ball once again with the amount of Nebraska people that were swarming him after that. Be a 2nd and 2, and that clock is running down. A little premature there with the Jeopardy music, but it gets dropped. 2 yards. Cash me outside. Dropping them back 2 yards. Going to be a 3rd and 5 for LSU. Now you can do it. Takes the snap, drops back, looking, has plenty of time. Oh, got hit as he threw. Gonna bring up a 4th and 5. And LSU lining up for the field goal.
And Cornhuskers ain't even using their timeout. I guess they done.
The kick is up, and it is good. LSU goes up.
I think it's turn out nice time now for Nebraska.
LSU goes up 26 points, a minute and a half left remaining in this game. And Dave takes it out of the end zone and gets immediately met up with a bunch of LSU special teamers. Oh, and he got tripped up at the end there.
It's just been the way it's been for Dave tonight. Almost says it bees that way sometimes.
1st and 10, Brooke drops back, looking, throws it straight. Who is it? That's Dave's not here.
Dave's not here.
He's there. He's got 19 yards, and the Dave brothers are pretty much being the star of the show here for Nebraska. First and 10, 45-yard line. Brooke takes the snap, drops back, looking, throwing down the field, and it is dropped by Lasha. Couldn't get the interception to end the game. Gonna bring up a 2nd and 10 for Nebraska. And another dropped pick from LSU brings up 3rd and 10. Just hands it right off to Pauly Truth. pretty much confirming their defeat here tonight, and they line up for the punt.
Emotional damage.
I would like to point out Nebraska called a timeout after that run. Oh, and Travis James just got his bell rung. Nebraska taking out some frustration out on Travius James. Soundboard operator really just wants to use the Jeopardy theme.
That's a gain of 4 on the play. That makes it 2nd and 6.
2nd and 6, clock grinding down. This should be the last play of the game. And Freddie, there is a lot of shocked faces inside this arena right now.
Number 26 on the run.
Yeah.
Gain of 3 on the play.
I
That makes it 3rd and 3.
think
We got some audio issues going on with Freddie right now. He's cutting in and out. But ladies and gentlemen,
LSU, I bet LSU thought
we got some audio issues going on with Freddie right now. His mic keeps cutting in and out.
had a chance.
But ladies and gentlemen, the final score of this game, LSU takes down Nebraska. It's going to be 40-14 in favor of the Tigers. From the start, LSU.
And congratulations to the Tigers, and Nebraska just have to regroup.
From the start, LSU just took the ball and ran with it all over Nebraska, holding them down to 0 points in the first half. And it looked like we were going to have a shining moment there from Nebraska as soon as they came back from the second half. But the troubled woes followed them after their first touchdown as they continued to throw interception after interception. And LSU getting the revenge from the winners preseason tournament. So we take a look at the stats here at the end of the game. I'm surprised there's still a sea of red out here in the stadium. 40-14 your score. 16 first downs to 14 in favor of LSU. 405 total offensive yards for LSU to 346. 281 passing yards to only 108 for LSU. They pretty much dominated the running game on Nebraska. 75% to 50% red zone percentage. 2 turnovers for LSU, 3 to Nebraska, 1 fumble loss by LSU. 3 interceptions from Nebraska and only 1 from LSU. No penalties of the game, so the referees just let them have some fun today, but Nebraska did win the time of possession there. We go on to the player stats. Brooke Behringer, 21 for 33, 281 yards, 1 touchdown, and 3 interceptions, also taking 3 sacks on the day. Not a good day for her. Pauly Truth, looking like he was going to teach everybody the Bible, promised 8 touchdowns of the day, comes up 27 for 90 and a big old fucking goose egg. So much for your promise, Truth. Dave Axis Jr. being the star of the show here today. 7 catches, 126 yards, 1 touchdown. Dave's not here. 6 catches for 72 yards. Here. Speedy Gonzalez only getting 4 catches for 64 yards. Pauly Truth 3 for 5, and Vokalek 1 for 14. Rob Foraker, 9 tackles of the day, 2 for a loss. John Jacob Jingleheimer Smith, 6 tackles, 1 for a loss. Cal L, 6 tackles, 1 deflection. Cash Me Outside, you play better, you get the other half. 6 tackles, 2 for a loss. Delaney, 6 tackles, 3 for a loss, and the sack on, I'm going to assume that was balling. Hungry Johnny, wasn't really hungry tonight, only 3 tackles. We got Kenny Slider, 3 tackles and a loss, and the interception. Randy Brooks had the forced fumble there. And Jaquiz Garfield, 2 tackles, 1 for a loss, and the other sack. And no touch. 1 tackle, so it didn't really touch anybody, no.
That's what she said.
Whiffed the post. Didn't really whiff. He had 2 extra points made all game. No field goal attempts, though. Three kickoffs with only 1 touchback. Bushimi, 8 attempts for 354 yards. That is ridiculous for a punter. 4 kickoff returns for Dave Axis Jr. for 170 yards. Not a bad day. 3 punt returns for 27 yards also for Dave Axis Jr. We'll move on to LSU. TJ Finley stepping in for the injured Larry Ballin. Went 1 for 2, 25 yards. Didn't get sacked, but Larry Ballin, 11 for 18. Only 83 yards passing from Larry Ballin. Threw an interception, took 2 sacks on the day. We go to rush, and that's where it all was for LSU. That was their game plan. 19 for 163 yards and 1 touchdown, but also a fumble for Larry Ballin. Brute Bandit, 13 for 75, had a touchdown on the day as well. TJ Finley had 4 for 28, and he lost that second fumble for LSU. Darius Gardner had 2 for 16 there, and Butte had 2 for 4. Receiving core, nobody in triple digits. Travius James, 5 catches for 46 yards. Gardner, 3 for 35. Bandit, 3 for -8. Butte, 1 for 17. Dylan Ux, being a nightmare for that Nebraska offense. 10 tackles, 3 for a loss. Lasha, long-ass name, 8 tackles, 1 for a loss, has 2 interceptions and a deflection. Caleb Manning, 7 tackles, 1 for a loss, and a deflection. Cotton McKnight had 6 for a loss, an interception, and a deflection. Alex Roy, 6 tackles, 2 for a loss, and a sack. Justin Brown, 3 tackles, all of them for a loss, and 1 sack on the day for him. Do your job, Ray. At least take a stab at it. No, I think I'm good.
Nope.
Yayo Montana, only 1 tackle on the day. And Steve the Pirate, quiet all night. Nigel Gruff, 4 field goals attempted and made, along with 4 extra points. He was perfect on the day. And Legs Vandalay, 3 attempts for 127 yards. Not really much punting on the LSU side. Travius James, 1 kickoff return for 101 yards and the touchdown for LSU. And then 6 punts for 69 yards. Hey-oh! Ladies and gentlemen, that's all the player stats for the game. Let's back out of here and check out the last stats and the players of the game. And I'm telling y'all right now, as soon as Dave gets back on this mic, he is not going to be happy. 16-14 first downs in favor of LSU. 297 rushing yards to Nebraska's 65. 281 passing yards to LSU's 108. 2 turnovers to 3 of Nebraska. At the time of possession, 16-28 to 15-32 in favor of Nebraska. Of course, your final score, once again, 40-14 as we move over to the players of the game. Dave Axis Jr. getting to Nebraska. 7 catches, 126 yards, and that late touchdown. Jaquiz Garfield III. 2 tackles, a tackle for a loss, a sack, and a forced fumble. The offensive player of the game for LSU, surprising, is Nigel Gruff. 4 for 4 on field goals with a longer 53 and 4 for 4 on extra points. And Lasha, I'll try crazy, okay? Jesus Christ, get off my back. Lasha Paranashvili. 8 tackles, tackle for a loss, and 2 interceptions. Ladies and gentlemen, that is your players of the game. That was Nebraska versus LSU. And I'm going to hand it right back over to the very angry and very disappointed Dave Axis.
What the fuck do you want?
I want you to do your damn job.
Fuck this game. fuck this league. I'm out. It's over. I'm flipping my desk like that GIF. Oh, fuck. Well, that was not fun, folks. That was not fun. Ray, don't go anywhere yet. Did we lose Freddie for sure?
I'm here.
What do you mean?
Oh, is he back? Oh, there
he
go.
is.
All right.
I'm here.
All right, Freddie, I just want to get both of your takes on this game and this outcome and the surprise of it. Freddie, you go first. How surprised were you on this, and what was really the key to this ass whooping for LSU?
Well, I was totally surprised by the way Nebraska played, but LSU just outrun you guys. They just overpowered you on the offensive line. They just run that ball right down your throat. Y'all had no answer for them to stop them, and then once y'all got behind, you couldn't catch back up.
Yeah, there's that. Ray, your thoughts on this, and really, what was? I mean, it just seemed like I don't know. I don't even know what to fucking say, bro. What do you think?
Listen, I said this during the 2-night show before this entire season started off. I chose the Tigers for a reason. After their devastating loss to Nebraska in that preseason tournament, LSU has been looking at that tape over and over again and determining what they need to do and where they need to put that ball, and they figured out Nebraska's weakness by just pure hatred alone.
All right, well, thanks for the call. Appreciate it. That was a lot of fun.
Was Nebraska's weakness football?
Whoa.
Fuck off, Wink.
Fuck off, Wink. Oh, my God. Are you guys doing the next game or something? Is that why you guys are here?
I'm just here to say preseason tournaments matter.
You can suck my asshole.
Nebraska being the first team of the season to lose at home.
Thanks.
That's what she said.
We've heard that a couple times already. Thank you. Appreciate you repeating that.
Michaela, we miss you at
I'll say it
LSU.
again.
Wait,
I'll
was
say it
that?
again if you want me to.
Wait, was that Frank?
Yeah, I said, Michaela, we miss you at LSU.
Oh, that's even worse.
I mean, I already gave you guys some interceptions tonight, as it is.
Yeah, they're looking for a quarterback now. He's on the
Oh,
concussion
wait,
protocol.
hey, is that maybe that's what we need to investigate? Which team was Brooke really playing for? Oh, fuck, that
Underneath
sucks.
her pad, she had on a Tigers jersey.
Yeah, just like that fucking ref under his shirt had a light green shirt on under those stripes. Fuck, man. That
is wrong with you.
Hey, who's calling the next game? Is Crazy Canuck here yet?
Of course I'm here.
All right. I'm fucking around with something real quick. That's not what I want. And who else is calling?
Can't
the
forget
game?
me.
Is
I'm
Gunny
here too.
is Gunny back and is Keith here yet?
I'm here.
Is Gunny here?
All present, accounted for.
All right. Here's what I'm gonna do. I've got to figure out. I got to fucking get this other game going. So I'm just gonna hand it over to you guys right now. Ray and Freddie, thank you for the call. Appreciate it. And Crazy Canuck, Gunny, and Keith, you've got the con. You got the ball. You're going. You're good. See you.
Take it away. Thanks, guys, for the call there. We see Nebraska. Just, well, I don't know. You know, like, I do think. Appreciate that. You know, to that point that was made, that preseason tournaments matter. Teams that got in a lot of snaps and a lot of effort got to test a lot of things and fine-tune before they even got to the regular season. I think we benefited from that in our victory the other night. Keith, what do you think about that? Oh, he's muted. Gunny?
I do think the teams that got to play more than 2 or 3 games did maybe benefit from getting to try out a few new game plans and just see how everybody played in their selected positions.
That last game suggests otherwise, though, doesn't it?
Maybe.
I mean, because how many games do we play in the preseason? 5, I think, Nebraska played. There's only one other team that played more, and that was Penn State. So, you know, you would think it matters, but Things happen sometimes. You can only really control so much when you're running a sim league.
Wrong.
But we want to talk about the last game so much more. Just kidding.
Fuck Nebraska. Shut up, bitch!
Hey, Michaela and I were real close to roundhouse kicking my $1,100 PC. All right, I'm done with that game.
Well, then, we will indeed move on to these two sophomore-laden teams, the Alabama Crimson Tide and the Kansas Jayhawks. Howitzer runs a lot, who can run and throw a lot, and everywhere. Which quarterback leads his team to victory tonight? I wonder. We got Tony Ava with his amazing neck roll. A couple of running backs definitely improves their stats. I'm 100% convinced. It's like racing stripes, but more masculine. You got Connor Darien, starting halfback, a freshman, starting for the Crimson Tide. Out of these receiver cores, Gunny, who do you think can dominate this game?
I'm actually looking forward to seeing how Daniel Gunn operates the team in place of David Ware's absence. He's a good guy, so I think he's going to have the Crimson Tide ready to go. I'm looking to see how J-Rock does tonight and Stuart Zamelio. I think those are the top wide receivers for each team.
Yeah, Alabama's also got the tight end Santana Yost. So we mentioned the receiving corps just briefly, but you're right, Stuart Zomelia is starting for the Jayhawks alongside Tanner Hendricks. Wyndham Sink, J Rock, and Trayvon, a trio of sophomores. They'll be starting for the Crimson Tide. And a loaded Kansas Jayhawks defense with 5 users. Dion Danga on the freshman, starting on defensive end. Middle linebacker Anthony Anderson, a sophomore. Cornerback, sophomore Timothy Shea. Free safety, sophomore Chad Stinson. And Knuckles McNoble. Knuckles McNoble, starting for strong safety. He's a sophomore as well. Keith, what do you see happening in this game?
This is a tough one, I think. These two quarterbacks, they're kind of opposing styles in a way, at least just from what we've seen so far. Of course, you can take that with a grain of salt, but I think that's something to keep an eye out for. I think the other thing is how this, like you mentioned, this loaded Kansas defense is going to perform. This game's honestly a little bit of a close to a pick 'em for me, I think. If we see a good game, I'm happy.
Gunny, do the Tide, do they roll over into Kansas in the field of red and make a field of red? Or does Kansas hold their home field?
I'm looking at the rosters, and I'm only counting 9 for each side, so I hope they really have more than that. But I'm looking to see how both quarterbacks play. But I'm thinking Kansas is going to be ready to play today in Lawrence and Memorial Stadium. They're in the heart of Kansas tonight.
Let me jump in.
I'm looking for Howard McRuns a lot, to pass a lot and runs a lot and score a bunch.
Hey, let me jump in real quick. Confirmed. Alabama and Kansas both only have 9 human players apiece.
That's good news for some of these teams here in the AACL. I'll remind everybody, I believe it's Friday, that Friday at noon Eastern, that we can start signing people again. I know there's some new people in the Discord. We can get them on teams. You see there's openings on these ones. We're allowed 12 user players. 72-hour window to sign someone, I'm being told, for all you ADs and potential players here in the chat. Thanks to Corn Hub reminding us about the pick'em for this game. overwhelmingly, just about 2-1 Alabama over Kansas. No respect for the Jayhawks.
Yes, they played in the
they
tournament, and Kansas won 44-30 in Tuscaloosa.
Who do you guys think is going to score first? Actually, we should ask the chat that. We should put it up as a... Well, we'll wrap up this pregame here, and then we'll take her to the field. Do either of you guys know the chant? The Kansas
Rock,
chant?
chalk, Jayhawk.
I swear there's like a whole bunch more to it that I don't know, but it's pretty dope. I remember watching NCAA tournaments as a kid and being real impressed by just the passion of the fans, as you know, playing in like, well, I guess like I said, the tournament. But it's time for not time for basketball. It said fuck off Benji. That's exactly
Okay.
Oh, I love it. I love the pettiness, Dave.
The Alabama Crimson Tide is lined up for the kickoff.
Here we go.
Number 22,
And kickoff here in Kansas. That one will be taken out of the end zone. Good return so far. Stuart Zomelli, a 30-yard return. Kansas will get the ball first. Two to the right, two in the backfield. Shotgun set, motion. Fake to Ava. Mick runs a lot, moves to the right, shakes off a man for the most part, but just manages to push forward, picks up 5. I like that play. Now we give it to Ava. Get to see the gigantic neck roll in action. He'll pick up 3.
That's a gain of 3 on the play.
Third down coming up.
I think we'll see the neck roll in the end zone at least once tonight.
You know, if you say it, you can pretty much guarantee it's true. And here's Mick runs a lot. He's doing his namesake, running a lot, picks up 16. Another fake to Ava.
I'll do it myself.
We give it up to running back this time. Tony Ava picks up 4. Early commitment to the run by Kansas.
I'm just glad our pick'ems don't go by point spread, because I would have lost a whole bunch of money in both of tonight's games.
Looks like an option. Howitzer McRuns a lot, keeps it himself, picks up 12.
That's been a bit of a trend tonight. Teams establishing the run early on, hasn't it?
It's definitely worked for the teams that won. But that running play goes awry. I guess Tony Ava's neck roll couldn't hold off 4 guys. Hork Stuffins with his first tackle of the night. Shotgun set. 3 to the wide side. Runs a lot. Gives up the ball to the running back. It's number 20. Pretty sure he's not a user player. Daniel Hishaw Jr. picks up 6 in Tony Ava's absence. We'll go in the hurry up.
Got to be a pass here, you'd think.
Mick runs a lot. Nice blocking up front. His blitz was picked up. He'll complete that one. TJ Hendricks picks up 9. And the first down for the Jayhawks. Motion. They'll give it to the receiver. Stephen Robinson Jr. picks up 2 on the end around, or what is that, jet sweep? Tony Ava and his neck roll walk into a bar and the bartender says, "Fuck off, Benji."
Oh, here you go.
Ski ball doozy whistle. Wide receiver picks up the ball on the rushing play, and he'll run it in for a Kansas Jayhawk. I like that one. 10 plays, 67 yards on the drive. Kansas commits to the run, and the run does them quite well. So there you go, first drive score for Kansas. Everywhere leads his team onto the field, and he'll try to answer for the Alabama Crimson Tide.
So who was at the score? Ski ball, whistleblower, something?
Ski ball, doozy whistle. Empty backfield, designed run for everywhere. He'll pick up 4.
That makes it 2nd and 6.
They
So
close
does
that hole pretty quick.
Daniel Gunn have a player on the field, or is he just filling in as coach only?
If he's filling in as coach, I'm not sure what his player name is. I didn't see anybody named Gunn on the field. Wyndham Sink. So there you go.
Okay. Thank you.
So he's playing wide receiver. 3rd and 1 for the Crimson Tide. 2 running backs, shotgun set. Everywhere drops back. Good blocking up front. Drops it off to the running back. First down and more. Trey Upright picks up 11. Empty backfield. Everywhere picks up the ball. Quick hitch pass. Ooh, nice move. J-Rock picks up 9.
Game for both teams.
That brings up 2nd and 1.
Gosh, those quick passes look so dangerous.
Definitely high risk, I think. If you got the defense pressed up, well, that one will just be thrown away by everywhere. His first incompletion.
Michaela was just waiting for an incomplete pass to be able to play that stuff.
Motion right. Everywhere drops back. You got great protection. Plenty of time. Still got time. Now he'll throw, and he'll hit the back of a Kansas defender.
Denied.
And Alabama will not answer on their first drive. They're going to have to punt. That one will sail into the back of the end zone. Kansas will take over at their 20-yard line. Mick runs a lot. Got 4 wide here, 1st and 10. Fake the ball to Ava. He'll run again. And that hit was like 50-50. They just kind of bounced off each other and fell down. Runs a lot, sets up again here, 2nd and 2. Motion to the backfield, fakes again. Looks like the option, nice pitch. As he gets hit and down the sideline he goes.
Gone.
That's a nice play.
Gone.
He always close.
Key ball doozy whistle picks up his 2nd touchdown of the game. Huge run that time, considerably shorter than his first one. McRunsalot takes a big hit, but pitched that ball at a perfect time.
Is Ski Ball a human player? I don't believe he is, but is Ski Ball human?
I do not believe so.
I don't think he is.
I don't think so either, but...
I mean, if he keeps playing like this, he's going to be up in the ranks of Cam Sullivan Brown and Eli Stove. Yeah.
I don't know about y'all. I did not have Kansas scores 2 rushing touchdowns, and neither of them are Tony Ava on my bingo card.
In the first of the first half of the game. Everywhere,
Yeah,
running
I
all
was
over the
thinking one
field.
was going to be Luis McRuns a lot. He's already got 40 yards on 4 carries, but yeah.
Everywhere picks up a first down with his legs. Alabama.
And what offense is Kansas running in this game? Some of these offenses are pretty nice this evening.
Speaking of pretty nice, Trayvon Hunter picks up 25 yards on his first reception of the game. Great pitch and catch there.
Very nice.
Kansas is running the Ohio State offense. And Bama is running the Missouri
Who's
offense.
running either Baylor or Oregon in their game?
Stacked up, given to the running back. Connor Darien can't get back to the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, Gunny, LSU ran Oregon in that last game.
Connor Darien, he's a transfer from Syracuse last year. He came over to, he came down to Alabama. He wanted to be in the South.
Everywhere, taking a big shot, manages to get rid of the ball just before he does, and J-Rock picks up an 8-yard reception, his second of the game.
That'll bring up 3rd and 4.
3rd and 4 coming up here for Alabama. Just outside the red zone. 3 to the left. Everywhere. Looks right, now looks back to the left. First down. Wyndham Sink picks up his first reception of the game.
There he is. Hey, I remember him now, yes.
Don't look now, but Alabama is just knocking on the door. Just inside the red zone. 4 receivers set. Everywhere, he'll take the ball. Push off the first man and picks up 7.
Fine. I'll do it myself.
Actually just made myself a coffee, Dave. It's a cold coffee. Cold and old, but it's good enough for right now. A Trey Upright that's down. It looked like Trey Upright was down and couldn't get back to his original position. Javon Baker will grab that ball. Put Alabama inside the 10, just outside the 5. Shin splints for Trey Upright. Running play up the middle.
No question about it. I am ready to get hurt again.
2nd and goal from the 3. Alabama with 2 wide receivers. Everywhere under center. They'll give the ball right up the middle. Good push, but Connor Darien can only pick up 1.
They decided to pass it here. That'd be a interesting call with all those bodies up front in the end zone.
Everywhere, drops back and finds a man wide open. That's Donnie Cucci for a 1-yard Alabama.
Touchdown!
Beautiful out route.
I am enjoying the names of all the players that are scoring the touchdowns tonight. Coochie and a skee ball doozy.
Dave let Donnie Cucci slip through the cracks in the name vetting process, I guess.
Dave's not here.
The kickoff is down for a touchback.
Oh, that's right. He's downstairs making coffee.
Wow, look at that. 1 out of 12 plays for Kansas are passes.
And you talk about committing to the run, but I guess, they really haven't needed to. All of their clothes off. Yeah, that one slipped through too. Gunny's favorite skee ball doozy whistle. 3 rushes, 103 yards thanks to that huge play there earlier in the
And
first quarter.
he's a wide receiver, but running the ball. And Kansas has one of those. Kansas isn't running a custom playbook though.
Did you catch that there, Jock Strupp? Jock Strupp make nice tackle. Running play. Tony Ava quickly swarmed by a few Crimson Tide defenders. Kansas will go in the hurry up. 3 to the top. Dropping back. Pressure nearly got to him, but they just got the blocking in front. Stuart Somelia made a nice grab, turned around, and picked up 5.
How in the world did Howitzer throw that ball? Did he like throw it backwards over his shoulder or something?
It wouldn't surprise me. Some of these guys are that talented. Oh, what a block. Donnie Cucci picks up 8 on the return.
Hey, David Ware, those of us in Tennessee, we love you too.
Everywhere, drops back. He's picked off. And going back the other way.
Thank you for your patronage.
Scooter McHops did what a defensive back is supposed to do and meet the ball in the air up over top of the receiver. And Kansas is just outside the red zone at the 30.
What is this formation?
I see some of these, and I actually don't even know what to call them.
I have no idea what that was.
TJ Hendricks. It's confusing the defense, too.
9 yards, no matter what it is, and they're going to do it again. Instead, they get a end of the quarter.
14-7. Kansas Jayhawks lead the Alabama Crimson Tide at the end of the first quarter. The running domination for Kansas. And no Tony Ava touchdowns.
Tony Ava's hardly touched the ball, hasn't
he? He's gotten a few carries, but they've been all pretty much like that. Short rushes. Only 4 yards, a .8 average. It's when they bring the receivers in or the fakes to Tony Ava that they've had the most success so far. As we see another one, Howitzer runs a lot, takes around off the outside, out the outside, around the outside. Picks up 8.
Yeah, Tony has been his best plays been the decoy runner.
I think, I mean, I don't want to put words in their mouths, but if I were Kansas, I'd take it. The fake to Ava didn't work that time. Jock Strupp gets a second tackle for loss of the game. And McRunzelot gets dropped in the backfield. Empty backfield here for Kansas. Cornerback blitz on the outside with disguised on the other side. Howitzer McRunzelot gets crushed. That's Drake Babineau. I think maybe he saw the same thing I saw, was the defensive back creeping up to the line. That'll shut Kansas down, and they'll have to attempt points with the field goal. I don't even think he saw that blitzer coming. We'll just take a knee in the end zone. Alabama will be more than happy to start off at the 25. As opposed to try to return it from 7 yards deep. Dropping back is everywhere. Find a man over the middle. Wyndham Sink will pick up a first down. His second reception of the game. Three to the top. Everywhere. We'll give it up to the running back. Good hard run there by Connor Darien. Pick up a couple on first down. Four wide receivers set. Everywhere in the shotgun, takes a snap. Quick pass over to the near sideline. J-Rock picks up one. 3rd and 6 coming up. Yep. Empty backfield. Everywhere, drops back. Has time, good protection, tries to go downfield.
It was almost picked again.
Denied.
Almost looked like the receiver tried for it. It bounced off his hands, and then the Jayhawk had a chance at it before it hit the ground.
I'm looking at both these starting running backs. Right now, Connor Darien has 7 yards rushing. Antonio Ava has 4. I would expect more from both my starting halfbacks.
They've been used as the decoys, though, so far, it's looked like.
Quick pass to the far sideline. Stuart Zemelia picks up one on the wide receiver screen. McRuns a lot. Perfect passing on the day, but only 15 yards. Ooh, Howitzer McRunsalot in a fight with the defender for the football as he goes down to the turf. Did a good job to hold on to it there. 3rd and 5. 4 wide receivers set for Kansas. Howitzer McRunsalot going deep. And that one's dropped by Jewel Puffs.
Man. Kind of saw it just hovering in midair, it felt like, and started holding my breath.
Nearly blocked that one. Kicker got it off, and there'll be a flag.
Personal foul. Clipping.
Flipping. Leon Messi.
Penalty is declined.
This game loves its clipping penalties, doesn't it?
Clipping and OPI. Yeah. I guess these aggressive receivers we have in this league trying to compete for the ball. Wow. J-Rock, beautiful catch at the sideline. He gets his 4th reception of the day. Everywhere. 10 for 14.
Crazy Canuck and Keith, other than your own teams, what's a team you are most impressed with that has already played, or a team that is yet to play this week? What teams are y'all looking forward to see playing?
Teams that have impressed me so far this week, I mean, and it may sound funny to say, but Auburn. It was tough, and it required a few lucky breaks. And I mean, I think that it always does to beat a team like that. And then the game after that was a hell of a game. I got real high and celebrated, I gotta be honest. But I do remember it was a blowout. Offense is looking still pretty good in that one. And this one here, Kansas, with their rushing attack, just using Tony Ave as a decoy. And the defense there shutting down everywhere on that pass attempt.
Denied.
Yeah, Anderson's been having a good game for Kansas.
On my end, Gunny, it is also kind of funny to say the most complete performance so far, I'd say, was Virginia Tech. Well, both Virginia Tech and LSU. They've both had the most complete performances so far of any team. So if you ask me, I think they've had the most impressive week 1 so far. The next step down, it's not a big step down, but the next step down would be Penn State ending Auburn's streak, I think.
TJ Hendrick picks up 13.
Virginia Tech was overly impressive tonight with their big win.
Yeah, I figured that offensively they would do a little better than they had in the tournament just because they weren't running the Service Academy playbook. But I don't think I expected 450 passing yards from Chevy Monte Carlo. That was fun to watch.
No.
There was a lot of doubt about Chevy Monte Carlo on the Tuesday show and a lot of shade thrown at him. Do you think that motivated him?
I mean, I was one of those people that shade at him. So, yeah, I mean, if he took motivation from that, then good for him. He deserved it.
I'm gonna unmute for just a second. I think we all beat him up pretty bad on Tuesday night.
Oh, look at that!
It runs a
boy.
lot. Running all over the Alabama defense on that play. Picks up 48 yards on his way to a Kansas Jayhawk. And that mascot dances better than I do. And my wife's in here now. She'll back that up.
So do we need to start a counter for how many rushing TDs Kansas will get before Tony Ava gets one?
Well, it wouldn't be an over-under. You just have to set a limit to it. That could be the dark horse, deep secret bet in the dark recesses of the AACL Discord, which if you're not in it, you should be in it. That's the only way you can get into the AACL and see a player on the field. Alabama.
I think Skee-Ball's first touchdown, I believe, was a reception. The second one was rushing. Then McRunzelot just rushed. Maybe it's Ava's turn next.
I thought they were both rushing touchdowns. I thought they were both.
They could have been. I might be old and senile and don't remember.
First time chatter. What are we doing? I'm wondering if you're asking about what we were doing here in the AACL or you're just asking Dave. Leather says Missouri and UNLV should be an interesting one tomorrow. 2 regular season debuts for those schools. Oof! Everywhere it goes down.
Do we still have the train? Do we still have the train sound effect?
In general, I guess, just streaming and hanging out and watching some football. Thanks for joining. We're watching Alabama get run all over by the Kansas Jayhawks at this point. 2:58 left to go in the half. Stuart Zemelia with a nice return. The Jayhawks will take over the ball already on the Alabama Crimson side. Tide side of the field. Motion left. McRunzelot with the fake. Gets met. Option to Tony Ava. Ava will get hit right away. Oh, they're going to call that one a pass, I guess. It must have been along the line of scrimmage. Jordan Baker just joined the league. There's another one. Awesome.
Jordan Baker, 16 teams, 12 human players per team. Some teams are still looking to fill up their roster, and you can play as quick as next week. This is the first week of season number 3.
True blue deflection. Oh man, Alabama all over that one. Stephen Robinson Jr. loses 3. Drake Babineau, 3 tackles and already a couple for loss. He's been in the backfield quite a bit today.
Man, that play had no chance. You see all those defenders that were just eyeing both those guys?
They hungry. Here we go. Tony Ava up the middle, drops a man. The power of the neck roll. picks up 8.
That was his biggest run of the night. 8 yards.
That first dude that touched him just bounced off him.
He tripled his rushing yards total on that run.
McRuns a lot. Quick fake. Play throws to the other side, and that was the right choice. Stuart Zemelia picks up 10. Kansas Jayhawk first down, and it's 1st and goal. 4 wide receivers set. Just McRuns a lot. NEB in the backfield. Joined there. Nice fake, and it looks like nothing but open field if he can figure out which way to go. That's another Kansas Jayhawk.
Yeah, I'm not sure why he didn't keep going the outside. He kind of stopped right there and shuffled around with his feet.
Fine. I'll do it myself.
Howitzer McRuns a lot. Finishes the drive. Took him 6 plays. Picked up 42 yards.
Do we call him, Howitzer McTwo-Steps a lot after that run? I don't know.
He had to get his extra steps in. He was running low on the counter, I guess, maybe.
I remember Larry Ballin. He had a play like that last season, and everyone was calling him Larry Two-Step Ball.
Alabama goes 4 wide on 1st down. Everywhere drops back. Takes a look. He'll throw to the sideline, and it looks like his feet are in bounds. And that one will be picked. Tiptoeing on the sideline like he's been doing it his whole life.
Not sure who number 8 was for the Kansas Jayhawks.
Jayhawks will go 4 wide. I apologize. I missed that name too, which is why I didn't name anybody. Stephen Robinson Jr. laying out. Did he drag the feet?
I think he did.
Are they going to challenge it? Oh, they're going to. Looks like the officials ruled that he got it down. Ava on the ball. Rushes that defender, but trips over him. You know, that looked like my first very ever attempt to tackle somebody in football practice back in grade 10. I mean, it technically counts as a tackle. 8 is Timothy Shea. We should apparently know that by now.
Nice hands, Jeff Spicoli.
Ooh. Oh. Howitzer McRuns a lot, gets hammered not once but twice, and the second one takes him down. Drake Babineau having a game. Kansas will have to attempt, if they want some more points, they're going to have to attempt a field goal.
All right, Michaela, get the Jeopardy music going.
I actually wish the Jeopardy music would last a little longer.
Sadly, we have a limit on how long a sound goes.
Yeah.
The soundbite lets you know what happened on that play. Kansas put up some more points, up 34-7. Left to go as time dwindles down here in the second quarter. Alabama will bring that one out. Just up past their 20-yard line as Donnie Cucci is finally ruled down by the referees. $17. 5 wide set for Alabama. Everywhere with time. They'll drop it off relatively short and to the right sideline. Donnie Cucci picks up 7 and gets out of bounds. 26 seconds left to go here in the first half. Crimson Tide with 3 to the left. They'll hand it off. Whoa, my Jesus. Connor Darien. bent backwards.
All right, I'm nominating that hit of the week right there.
Yeah, that one might hold up for the rest of the year. One last play, pressure coming. Everywhere gets rid of it. Connor Darien makes a nice reception.
How many yards did he go after he caught that ball?
He was above he was past the yellow line, then he got shoved back like 5 or 6 yards.
And then they ruled him short.
Yeah, they charged him short 2 more yards. I wasn't expecting the score to be this one-sided for one half, because at one point it was 17-7 after the Coochie touchdown. Ski-ball with 2 touchdowns. I mean, runs a lot with 2 touchdowns and 2 Kansas field goals.
Yeah, I mean,
and Kansas with 2 interceptions.
Yeah, I would have thought that most of the explosive plays in this game would have been pass plays, but no, it's been the exact opposite. All the major plays that have happened have all been run plays, and most of them have been for KU. And sure enough, they're winning.
235 rushing yards for Kansas in the first half by committee.
Yeah, because I think Tony, if Tony Ava and Connor Darien, they probably have less than 25 yards combined almost.
Yeah, I think Tony had 9 in that first half.
I was going to say something similar, but I was going to give him 30 just to be on the safe side. Everywhere drops back as we begin the second half. He's going to look down the field and down the sideline. He's got Donnie Coochie, picks up 26 and goes out of bounds.
Fire in the hole!
You know, despite the 2 picks
Jordan
everywhere.
Baker, just think of Rocky Top when you're ready to sign an NLI deal this weekend.
Woo! Trayvon Hunter, inspired by the Rocky Top theme, makes a nice play, and the Crimson Tide will pick up a first down. And Knuckles McNoble stops him there.
That's some fighting words saying that to someone on BAMA. Inspired by Rocky Top.
He's just still made a nice play. And a bit of it rubbed off here.
Hey, quick little tidbit here. I had to unmute myself for this. Dixieland Delight, the song that Bama plays, is actually a Tennessee song, so fuck Bama.
Ooh. Oh, I don't know if they're ruling that Donnie Coochie kept that real close play at the sideline. I guess our dollar store referees, sorry, I apologize, the alley behind the dollar store referees, we'll take a look.
Yeah, it's definitely out.
After review of the play, the ruling on
See?
the field is reversed.
That's my point. They ruled him in. The play will be reversed. Crimson Tide will send 3 wide receivers to the right side. Everywhere rolls out. Just about caught from behind.
Oh,
wow, another play. Wyndham
that was
sink.
a nice play by David Ware everywhere on that one.
Let me pop in one more time. Sorry. 2 things. Number 1, I think David Ware does that. Shakes off sacks more than any quarterback in this league. And second of all, Jordan Baker, not every team has space. Only about 9, I think, have space available.
Everywhere.
I didn't want to tell him that Dave, Tennessee's his favorite team. I can't tell him that we're full. I'm just going to tell him I don't know what you're talking about. I'll try.
Everywhere, pulls the ball down,
Touchdown.
nice fake. And they'll pick up an Alabama Crimson Tide. See, that one I know because I played the video game lots when I was a little kid.
It's a good one.
Geez, what a run. Stuart Zamelia picks up 38 on the return. I thought he was going to take a knee, so I took a sip of water. Zamelia definitely proven that he's a great returner so far this year. Tony Ava picks up another hard 3. Only 12 yards on the day, and Kansas has over 250 yards rushing.
Whatever happens for one team in the first half can happen for the other team in the second half.
That's what Benji said. Yodel says it's Bama and it's 20 points. Plenty of time to come back. Shotgun set. McRuns a lot. Takes the snap. Looks like a screen to Ava. Ava shrugs off the first guy and the second guy and the third and the fourth and the fifth.
Goodness.
And picks up 14 on the reception before he's finally hauled down.
He ran over people for at least 10 of those yards. There's no way he was supposed to get a first down on that one.
Yeah, that play looked like it was dead from the start.
It's the neck roll. I swear it's the neck roll.
Like that got Tony Ava motivated. He just ran 7 yards.
Is that his longest rush of the night?
I think he had one that was 8.
Okay.
Benji says cast, just keeping him fresh. McRuns a lot, throws that one away. Good coverage by the Crimson Tide. 3rd and 3 coming up here for the Jayhawks. They'll give that one to Ava, and he's got the first down and plenty more. Runs over one of his own players to pick up a few more yards. He doesn't care who's in the way.
Is this the drive that we get a Tony Ava rushing touchdown?
We'll have to see. McRuns a lot. Nearly gets German suplexed. Taken down easy.
I'm thinking Skee Ball must have ran out of quarters, so he had to go find some more. Had to go find a quarter machine.
Runs a lot. Keeps the ball. Runs left. He'll pick up 5. 117 yards on the ground for McRuns a lot. Another 3rd down coming up here. Jayhawks in the hurry up. They'll give this one to Ava, run him out to the sideline. There's a race to the first down marker.
Just barely.
Tony Ava won by a nose. Ah, oh, damn it. Should have said neck roll. No. I was just thinking horse races. McRuns a lot, picked up his 16th rush of the game. Fake to Ava, McRuns a lot, runs it in for another Kansas Jayhawk.
Touchdown! Either one of those two could have scored that one. He could have handed off to Tony Ava. They both went the same way.
Tony Ava's neck roll picks up the first. See? It was right there.
Ray, can you turn down the Kansas sound?
Well, I'm sure he's in the watching.
I do agree with Dave. That first game, it was a little loud a few times.
Everywhere, changing the play. Hizzle. There we go. Pick up his man on the sideline. Refuses to go down. Donnie Cucci again.
Coochie's been the most productive wide receiver for Alabama tonight.
So productive, he's even picked up his own nickname, or a new nickname. Alabama shotgun set, 3 wide receivers to the left side of the formation. Good blocking up front, and everywhere is able to find J-Rock over the middle and pick up 13.
Was there not a defender just standing right in the path of that ball that just didn't do anything to try and deflect it?
Yeah, he did put it over the shoulder of the defender. There's a screen pass. He's got blockers up front. They managed to get to the defenders, and Connor Darien picks up 8 on a nice screen pass. Alabama moving a little bit here. 2nd and 2. Single back in the backfield. Everywhere's got time. Just as the pressure gets to him, he decides to get rid of it. Smart play. They still got one more down to get her done. They'll give it up the middle, Connor Darien.
Get her done.
He'll pick up the first down. 9 rushes for only 10
Alabama
yards
does
for
look
Connor
good in
McDermott.
the second half. Alabama does look better playing this second half.
I agree. They've gotten the pass game established here in the second half that they were really missing in the first half.
Knocking on the door again, just outside the red zone. 2nd and 2. Everywhere drops back to pass. Decided to pull it down and get sacked for 6 yards soon after making that decision. Jeremy Robinson first to the quarterback on that play. Just ran right into the outside contain man. Empty backfield for Bama, 3rd and 9. Just about do or die time for them. They'll complete that pass, but Javon Baker cannot hold the sideline. 4th and 3, and they'll try for the field goal. What do you say? Just poor awareness at the end of that drive that cost them points, I think.
Yeah, and I'm not so sure about that decision to pick the field goal. I probably would have gone for that 4th down there.
Yeah, 4th and 3. I think they could have as well.
They converted on a couple third and shorts earlier. No reason to believe that they couldn't have finished that play and completed that.
I think the other part of it is that with Kansas running the ball so much, they're going to burn a lot of clock.
Well, that play looked like, I thought they had Tony Ava pushed out of bounds. He's got 36 yards now on the game. 4 wide, motion into the backfield, fake to Ava. Howitzer McRuntalot fakes a run, chucks it deep, way downfield, and Smooch Cunningham manages to break up that play.
That makes it 3rd and 7.
Didn't he runs a lot, take like a couple steps forward like he was going to run, then he backed out of it?
100% he did.
It was kind of weird looking, wasn't it?
It was.
Alabama has that screen sniffed out right away. Ava can't get back to the line of scrimmage, and it's 4th and 8 here. Jayhawks forced to punt. So I guess the Alabama decision to take the field goal really doesn't come back to haunt them at all.
Yeah, I mean, granted, I don't know how many stops they've been able to get tonight.
Number 17 runs it back.
Donnie Cucci takes that one up to what looks like the 42-yard line. Everywhere will start to lead his team from there. Under 2 minutes to go here in the fourth quarter. He'll drop that ball off short and hit immediately is Trayvon Hunter. He'll get 5.
That brings up 2nd and 5.
Knuckles McNoble with the 7th tackle of the game. Everywhere on the ball. I was reading chat. Throws the ball, finds a man down on the right side, down by the sideline. Donnie Cucci, his favorite target here tonight. I would say 5 receptions, 75 yards.
Fire in the hole!
Looked like he might have had a guy deep, but went with the save option. Crimson Tide on the ball, 4 wide receiver set. Everywhere takes a snap. Looks like a screenplay. Kansas on that right away. Connor Darien picks up 1 on the screen. 2nd and 9, only a minute 5 left to go here in the third quarter. Another 4 wide receiver set. This one they'll give it to Connor Darien again. Makes a nice move, but just can't quite spin away from the defender. Chad Stinson takes him down. Darien having a really hard time getting going today. 10 rushes, only 9 yards.
Yeah,
empty backfield.
It's a guy who was averaging almost 70 yards rushing a game in preseason.
Nice move. Wyndham Sink picks up 7.
Another 4. Oh, they should go for this one too.
Yeah, I'm with you, Gunny. They should have gone for it.
Long field goal is good. 21 seconds left to go here in the third quarter. Kansas up by 21. BAMA will kick it away.
We've seen 20-point quarters. Oh, it's doable. Still chance.
Yeah, it's no lead. Has proven to be safe just about here in the AACL at times. Looked like a little bit of confusion. 2 receivers right beside each other, but Stephen Robinson Jr. managed to secure the football, his 2nd catch of the day.
There's 2 footballs on the field.
3 to the left here for the Jayhawks. McRuns a lot. Pressured right away, but moves just away from it. That would be incomplete, but there's a flag on the field. Offside on Jockstrup. Kansas gets away with, ended up with just a free play. The incompletion doesn't hurt them. That'll be 1st and 5.
It's a bit of a rare penalty in the AACL offsides.
2 tacklers just missing. Stewart Zamelia allows him to sneak back up to the line of scrimmage, and that'll be the end of the third quarter. Put up your eggplants, your 69s, your fuck Eagles. I saw a fuck Tiger earlier. Pretty much anything you want. Generally not 4s, because that's another league. Oh, Jordan Baker breaking the rules already.
It's his first game. He gets 1 pass.
Is that an elephant?
3rd down.
Yeah. That could be something we could do. And it's just everybody's, little team. Here we are.
Crazy. As we enter the fourth quarter, does your teams each respectively utilize a tight end or not?
One of these teams has a tight end.
I was talking about your own team.
Oh, yeah, I think we have two, don't we? We have Max Knight and Scurvy Dog. They get featured quite a bit. Oh, he's over. Yeah. No more than one human tight end. I guess I get confused because Max Knight, he plays inside quite a bit. Yeah. Tony Ava gets back to the line of scrimmage, but nothing else.
Like I know Ray is the tight end for LSU in tonight's game. She didn't touch the damn ball at all.
Clamsy Wamsy had a ton of catches for Auburn. It's their tight end.
Yeah, I've seen that before. They have the 3 wide receivers and they utilize the tight end. I think somehow he moves her into a lot of wide receiver sets.
I actually come to think of that, I have firsthand experience of that as Clamsy Wamsy spread way out to the wide sideline where I was covering, and she ended up smacking me on the face on a run block. It was not one of the best experiences in my life, but
For Nebraska, we have a tight end, Robert Eastabaugh. I don't know if his game's called at all tonight, but he has made plays before.
Robert Easterbaum, that's right. Sorry. That's when I looked at it, I thought Batista Bomb, and I was like, oh, it's Robert Easterbaum. The first time I saw his name. But yes, Robert Easterbaum, also tight end. It seems sometimes they don't get a lot of love here.
Oh boy.
Wyndham Sink down the sideline, picks up 43 on a beautiful running catch. Alabama doesn't want to go away yet.
Safe to say Daniel Gunn in his first game taking over for Ware, he's putting on a show.
It's got to be a tough position. Ware did a lot, obviously, for Alabama. And just some personal issues right now. We love the guy, and we love his family. We can't wait to see him back here soon.
I'm gonna hop into real quick.
He dropped by a little while ago and said hello to the crowd.
Yeah. Hey, let me just say, Daniel Gunn has been phenomenal the last couple weeks, especially the last couple days, with getting that roster together, the offensive line, and just getting this team prepared for tonight.
See, Guy's got me. He understands. For the weird Batista bomb thing. Just need those very rare WWE. Those stretch just went out. Where to the sideline?
The ball.
Yeah. I think there was a Make-A-Wish kid in the front row. He had to make sure he got him one.
Timothy Shea doing some lockdown cornerback work tonight.
But wide over the middle, Trayvon Hunter, Alabama Crimson Tide.
Touchdown!
Slant route, effective inside the 5.
That was do or die for Bama on that drive. I think we can all agree on that.
Yeah, no doubt. And for now, they creep a little closer, trying to come back in this game. They'll kick the ball deep. What do you think, Gunny? Do they have a chance?
I mean, they've been impressive. It was 34-7 at halftime, so I mean it's 20-7 right now in the second half. So Alabama's proven they do have the players in the playbook. Well, maybe if they add 2 or 3 more players, they might be a team to watch later on in the season.
Hard run on that option play by Ava to pick up 4. Kansas, wow, nice play there. McRunsalot with another athletic throwing motion.
Jump pass.
Is that the first time that one of those jump passes has worked? I feel like we've seen those a few times in the league.
There's another one complete up the middle. Kansas moving the ball. Key ball, doozy whistle picks up 13. It's only his second reception. So that other one...
He has more rushing attempts than receptions.
Looks like option left. Good play by McRunzelot to not go down. Pitches the ball to Ava. Try to find the sideline or the first down marker. He'll come up inches short.
That's what she said.
Yeah, well. McRunzelot takes the snap, hands the ball off.
Down, barely.
Stuart Zomelia involved in the rush game, picks up 1. Got 3 rushes and a 0-yard average. Man, who had they used as a running back?
You should go look back at if you look at the archives, go back and look at some of the names from season number 1. Or ask the commissioner some of the names.
I don't know if we're allowed to say most of those names anymore.
Let me just jump in here and say that those records are now sealed.
Yeah, but the Twitch bot...
Your discretion is advised.
Ooh! Took the running back. McRunzelot up the middle, picks up the first down. Kansas committing to the run yet again and forcing it down the throats of the Crimson Tide defense.
Fine. I'll do it myself.
That's what she said.
Option to the right. Pitch
That
to
was
the
a
running
good
back.
pick right
Nice
there.
play. And he
Oh,
is off the
touchdown.
races. Nothing but open field. Kansas Jayhawk.
And Ava was taking a break during that game that his backup scores the touchdown for him.
That's right. Daniel Hishaw Jr. picked up the option play and burst down the sideline. We'll need to pause.
Dave, we need to get Freddie warmed up. Dave,
teams taking their time, making their way down for the extra point. And Kansas reestablishes a rushing attack and all the way down the field, picking up more points and making this harder for Alabama. Is that pretty much the dagger, do you think, Gunny?
It should be, but I mean, look at the last 5 drives that Alabama's had. 2 touchdowns, 2 field goals, and the 5th drive really didn't count because it was right at the end of the first half.
Everywhere, move to the right. He'll toss it to the sideline and out of bounds. Just trying to protect the ball. I mean, smart, you just get a new drive. You still got at least, well, it's pretty much 4 down territory here for the rest of the game, I think, if Alabama really wants to push it. And he finds his man down the sideline. Trayvon Hunter goes out of bounds after picking up 26.
First down.
Bama needs a few more of those kinds of passes. I don't think they've had a ton of those deep passes so far tonight, but they need to figure out how to get a few here right now.
I think that 20-25 yard range everywhere has been having quite a bit of success so far tonight. Empty backfields everywhere. Steps back one more time. Pressure coming. He'll get rid of it. Toss it out of bounds.
Ware's pretty smart. He's throwing quite a bit of balls out of bounds, out of harm's way.
Better than taking hits, I guess. Oma Hizzle. He changes the play at the line. And another good change as he finds a receiver over in the middle. Wyndham Sink picks up another 16 yards. 144 yards today and only 9 receptions for Wyndham Sink. Everywhere. Steps back, finds a man on the sideline. That's J-Rock. Picks up another 14. Bama's moving the ball really effectively right now. A question for Dave in the chat. Pressure coming at the back of the end zone. No, that's J-Rock. Like maybe a corner blitz. And J-Rock just found an open spot. Sorry.
Well, it was either a corner blitz or some safety is getting benched.
48-34. You have to imagine that as we see the onside kick. Can Bama get it? It looks like Kansas has secured it to the ground now. Skee ball, doozy whistle coming up clutch on the hands team.
That wasn't a bad little onside kick. Didn't get the big hop, but I mean, Dizzy whistled, secured the ball.
I think they could have kicked it deep there, considering they have 3 timeouts, then score, then onside kick it. But why not try now? I guess.
Tony Ava picks up 15. He's rolling now.
He's going to get tired, and he's not going to score at the end of the game. They'll give the ball. McRunzelot's going to score one more time.
He's going to pull it on him again to get the hat trick.
That's what I'm thinking.
Stuart Zomelia through the backfield. Tony Ava gets the running, gets back and picks up 2. Drake Babineau. Hell of a game so far, though.
You were drunk.
I wish. But that years ago, oh, Howitzer McRunzelot. Didn't have a chance to pitch it as that guy was right in his face right away. And they'll throw 3 to the left here in the hurry up. $1:52 left. Another fake. Howitzer McRunzelot takes the ball again, but he won't even get back to the line of scrimmage. And Kansas will just try to put up 3 more. Crimson Tide used one of their timeouts. They've only got 1 left. Kansas up 51-34, and I heard a little voice in my ear say that's the ball game.
Yeah, I really think that Bama should have just kicked it deep there, try to get a stop of those 3, then score quick, then do onside kick. But, that's what they went with.
Everywhere. Throw to the right. Beautiful catch by Wyndham Sink. Took the contact and the ball.
I think Stuart Sink's going to get a touchdown for the game's over.
He definitely deserves it, the way he's been playing. Everywhere. Looks down the sideline.
Power dropped it.
Looked like it might have been dropped.
Denied.
That ball was going to Sink, wasn't it? It looked like him.
Yeah, it looked like Sink was the target again, but just couldn't hold on that time. Everywhere it drops back. Looks to the other side of the field, and that one's intercepted. Put it right in his hip pocket, it looked like.
Thank you for your patronage.
Oh, wow.
Anthony
Great anticipation.
That's Anderson, the middle linebacker. What a game for him tonight.
Punctuates this one with an interception. Gives Kansas the ball back, and it's almost kneel down time. Tony Ava still having a hard time getting the ball, but I think if you asked him if he'd take the win or the yards, probably take the win. The ball lined up right in the right in the nostril of the center field logo. Tony Ava runs to the left, picks up 4. I was trying to figure out how to work in the
pretty much equal.
I couldn't figure out how to work the word nostril into that sentence.
Oh, I actually do.
Last play of the game, Tony Ava up the middle again. Determined to hit people one last time before the game ends.
He told Howitzer, he's like, I need to pad my stats, bro.
Kansas holds home field advantage. McRuns a lot, responsible for 3 total touchdowns. What was it? Over 250 rushing yards in the first half, and Tony Ava barely touched the ball and did not get a touchdown. Who saw this coming?
I mean, in the Tuesday.
You believe that also Kansas scores, none of them were through the air. All of them were rushing touchdowns.
Yeah, that's surprising to me, for sure, especially considering how overpowered I think the passing game is going to be this season. Yeah, I mean, on the Tuesday show, I think I had said something like I thought this was going to be one of those games where Howitzer runs for 1,000,000 yards. There you go.
Welcome.
They did.
Welcome to the AACL, Mr. Stinson. It's about time you got here. Well, what does it say first time chat? Has he got an alt account? Anyways, we'll take a look at the team stats here. The biggest one, obviously 51-34 in favor of the Kansas Jayhawks. 506 total yards of offense to Alabama's 469. .436 passing yards for Alabama to Kansas's 136. If you asked our pundits before the game, they might say that number might have been flipped. Alabama perfect in the red zone, but 3 turnovers, and maybe we just need like a telestrator and just circle that big fat 0, because that could have been the story of the game right there. Oh, there you go. 3 interceptions for everywhere tonight. 600 total yards to 522 total yards. We'll take a look at Howitzer McRuns a lot. Wonderful 139. A really quick look at the stats. Benji, no. No. Well, okay. As long as it worked, I guess that's why. Kansas is reporting that Tony Ava's neck roll was stolen from his locker room before the game today, and his in-game neck roll was actually a gigantic sushi roll. Yeah, apparently that has something to do with his performance today. But Howitzer McRunsalot picked up the slack, possibly motivated to get away from Tony Ava's rotting sushi roll equipment item. Was only sacked 2 times. No passing touchdowns for Howitzer, but he did pick up 3 on the ground and 148 rushing yards on 22 attempts. Tony Ava also 22 attempts, only 79 yards, no touchdowns today, but was effectively used as a fake. Got him involved that way. He certainly was treated like a weapon. Skee ball doozy whistle. Only 3 attempts, but ripped off a huge 73 yard rush late in the first quarter, I believe. He got 2 touchdowns today. Tony Ava, the leading receiver, picked up 5 receptions, 26 yards. Stuart Semelia, 4 for 30. TJ Hendricks, 2 for 22. Knuckles McNoble with 11 tackles. Anthony Anderson, it's a good thing you switched there. I was going to say Arn. 7 tackles, 2 for loss, 1 interception. Chad Stinson, 6 tackles, 5 solo, 3 tackles for loss. Gavin Potter with a sack. Scooter McHops with an interception. Timothy Shea picks up his first interception in the regular season where things actually matter. Dion Danga 1 tackle. Freshman Dion Danga from Scott, LA. Is that
Isn't it
Louisiana?
Danja?
Is it? Kicking, I believe. Thunder Duck. 6 foot, 179 pound sophomore from Westerville, Ohio. 3 for 3 on field goals and had 10 kickoffs, 9 touchbacks, not giving him a chance to touch the ball. Chuck Norris punted.
Hey, Timothy Shea, you had 3 tackles, 1 interception. Dave just happened to skip on by you and went to the kickers.
Hey, man, they still hating on me, eh? So. Cuddles McFluffernut. Everywhere. 36 for 50, 436 yards, 3 touchdowns, 3 interceptions, 72%. Was only sacked 2 times. That's looking like a CFL's quarterback stat line.
So his longest pass was 43 yards. We were curious about that earlier. His longest pass was 43-yard variety.
Connor Darien, 10 attempts rushing, could only pick up 9 yards. Everywhere, 6 for 22. Looks like they had a really hard time. Everywhere picked up a touchdown on the ground. Broke 2 tackles. Wyndham Sink leading the team on the headset and also in the game receiving yards. 163 on 10 catches. J-Rock, effective. Picked up 9 receptions, 83 yards and a touchdown. Donnie Cucci, 5 receptions, 75 yards and a touchdown. And Trayvon Hunter, 5 receptions, 74 yards and a touchdown. There. Drake Babineau, 10 tackles, 2 sacks, 3 TFLs. Jeremy Mosley, what a game for Babineau. Jeremy Mosley, 10 tackles, 8 solo, 3 tackles for loss. Leon Messi had 8 tackles. Shane Thompson, sophomore, 6'5", 310 out of Niceville, Florida. Didn't even know that was a place till now. That's a pretty cool name. He had 5 tackles on the game. There were no interceptions. Slayerfoot, perfect on the day on field goal attempts and extra point attempts. Dime dropper, the punter. Donnie Cucci returning, both punts and kicks for Alabama. Man. Just, yeah. Take a look at our players of the game. We take a look at the score line. Just 370 rushing yards. And I mean, it's kind of interesting because you look, I guess they're still put up a little bit of a passing game at 370 rushing yards. Alabama put up 436 turnovers, passing yards. That's crazy. It's just almost 370 rushing yards. Yeah, 3 turnovers. Howitzer runs a lot and everywhere. The offensive players of the game for their respective teams. Anthony Anderson has 7 tackles, 2 tackles for loss, and an interception. And Drake Babineau, like I said, had a game. 7 tackles, 3 tackles for loss, 3 assisted tackles, and 2 sacks. And we'll get some final thoughts from Keith and Gunny, and then we'll send her back to Dave. Gunny, what do you think?
Hey, great game by both of the quarterbacks leading their teams. The Kansas quarterback, McRungelot, He ran for 3 touchdowns, and everywhere he accounted for 4 touchdowns, 3 through the air to 3 different wide receivers, and he had 1 rushing for 4 total touchdowns. So I mean, he performed. They performed really well in the second half. So I look forward to seeing how these teams play in week number 2.
Keith, final thoughts?
Yeah, this was what a game, huh? These two teams, they played very different styles. Of course, Kansas with the run heavy, Bama with the pass heavy. In the end, it pretty much just came down to who made less mistakes, and in this case, that was Bama. I want to give a quick shout out to Kansas. They were 9 yards off of the AACL regular season rushing record tonight in this game.
Yeah, their rushing game absolutely dominant tonight. I just want to thank you guys for joining me on the booth. Thank everybody actually tonight as we're kind of closing out for being in the booth. Michaela for doing soundboards, Clamsy Wamsy running it earlier, and we'll wrap up this last game of the night and send her back to Dave.
All right, Crazy Canuck, Gunny, Keith, thank you guys for that call. Appreciate it. Appreciate all the broadcasters tonight and every night that help out with all the games because we don't really want to have to hear the fucking in-game broadcasters. We'd rather hear real people.
And the stats guys.
And yeah, stats guys. I mean, it takes
everybody
a
behind the
lot
scene.
of people. It takes a lot of people to make this fucking thing run the way it does. Let's recap this night real quick, and then we're gonna sign off. We're 10 minutes over time. So, in the first game tonight, Virginia Tech more than doubled up Syracuse, winning 48-21. I don't really remember what happened in the second game, and then in the third game. The second game I could say LSU beat Nebraska 40-14. Blah blah blah. Alabama and Kansas, you just saw it. Kansas 51-34. I think a field goal and a late turnover is what really solidified the game for Kansas. Otherwise, Alabama might have had a chance. So that's it. Tomorrow night. Tomorrow night's Thursday night, folks. It's already the last night of week 1. That was a quick week. We kicked things off with Missouri. With Missouri at UNLV, which is a rematch from the preseason tournament, the first overtime game in the preseason tournament where UNLV went into Missouri and stole that victory away from them in overtime. This game will actually be at UNLV. The primetime game tomorrow night is Florida at Tennessee, a classic SEC matchup between Wink and Gunny. And then in the nightcap, we've got Miami, who was a little bit of a surprise in the tournament, taking on Iowa. Miami doubled up Iowa in the preseason tournament, 70-35. So Iowa playing at home with revenge on their mind. We could get a couple revenge games tomorrow night from the tournament. As a matter of fact, if I'm not mistaken, Florida beat Florida beat Tennessee as well. Who the fuck did that? Who am I banning?
Who do you think?
Who am I banning from the AACL server?
Please, please.
Watch this. How about I just do that? I love fucking server muting people. It's so fucking fun. I love that shit. All right. Anyway, so that's a wrap for tonight. That's what's going on tomorrow night. 3 potential revenge games going on. 3 or 4 ranked teams. We got an 8, a 9, and a 10 for sure. So tune in for that. It'll be 7 p.m. Eastern here tomorrow night. Each night we'll get tighten things up a little bit. Make the time go, or just make the time tighter, I guess, if you will. The goal is to start at 7 o'clock and end by 11:30 each night. So we're 13 minutes over for tonight, but not terrible for week 1. So thanks again for tuning in, everybody. Appreciate you guys, and we'll see you all tomorrow night. Good night now.